Wow.
Aim into the toilet. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my fucking god! Oh my god.
Diablo swings around. Oh, corner with it. Oh, he goes down to the knife and then tackle goal. Hello, everyone, and welcome to day number 4 of the HPL EU season number 3. We've got an action-packed weekend for you, but before we get into all that action, I need to introduce the legend to my digital left, Mr. Bepic. How are we feeling today, brother?
Feeling fantastic. I mean, there's not much that I would get up early in the morning for esports-wise, but Tarkov Arena is one of them, especially HPL EU. Got a good taste of HPL NA. I thoroughly enjoyed that event last month, but this is the real deal right now. I think we know right now EU is the better region for, esports in general, but definitely Arena right now. Look, I'm North American hot sauce. I'm being realistic about this. I watched EU and NA play at TwitchCon, and EU did get the better of us. So, I'm excited to see the best of the best play today.
Well, as from NA, I will remain delusional in my thoughts of NA being great, okay? But no, we got a lot of great action today. Actually, we'll take a look at all the matchups here that we have for everybody today as we get that schedule up on screen. You can see that the little green dots next to the names there will denote the streams, or the games, excuse me, that will be live on stream. So we'll be kicking things off with Pandaric versus 8sins, heading over to Sicario versus Decoded, and then we'll wrap up the day with Oil Rig versus 8sins. And then you can see those other 3 streams there that will be played off stream.
I feel privileged getting to end the day with Oil Rig and 8sins. I mean, that is an absolute banger to cap this broadcast off with. But I'm excited to see what kind of good fights Pandaric and Dakota can put up against 8sins and Sicario, because we got good narratives of teams kind of towards the bottom half of the table right now, trying to take down the better, more established rosters in HPL. And I think that's really exciting to see what they can do in this best-of-2 format.
Yeah, and at least we get to wrap up with our final game of the day being on Fort as well. I know you and I got to talk a little bit before we got going, and that was equally our favorite maps there. But we'll take a quick look at the standings for all of these teams as well. And, well, much like season number 2, Sicario up on top. They haven't dropped a single game yet. 5 wins in a round differential of plus 50 is absolutely insane, but probably to be expected here with Sicario.
I mean, reigning top team, Sicario bears a lot of weight in the arena scene right now. And I'm wondering, I mean, they finish off their schedule with Pandaric and Decoded, so more than likely, they should be wrapping up undefeated at the top of the table here, barring a, I don't want to say miracle, I don't want to discount Pandaric and Decoded just yet, but they'll need a lot to go against them, Sicario will, to not find themselves at the top of the table. They're looking unbeatable right now, Hot Sauce. That's a fun team to watch.
Yeah, Sicario, Oil Rig, both making it in, not having to play through the qualifiers because of placing first and second in that previous one. But I'm excited for today because I know we're starting off with 8sins versus Pandaric. If 8sins can win that game dominantly, they'll be wrapping up the day versus Oil Rig. So an opportunity for 8sins to maybe go up and take that second place position away from Oil Rig. So certainly a few things to look out for on the day.
Definitely. It's so competitive up and down the table right now. And this is the final weekend of competition, so you need to make sure you are pushing hard at this stage of HPL, especially if you're the Pandarics, the Ancestrals, especially the Decodeds at the bottom of the table right now. And so you don't have a lot of shots left to prove yourself in the arena scene. Otherwise, you'll have to requalify and all of that. But still, as long as you can lock in for Saturday and Sunday this weekend, you got chances. That's the beauty of it.
Got to lock in. We're going to take a quick look here at the first matchup of the day, which is again Panderic taking on 8sins. As we take a quick look at the roster here for Panderic, we got Gore, Denny, Duxies, the jump shot master himself, Svetus, and Snurlax coming back with Wreath, their substitute player. And Panderic has opted to go with Bull to start things off here, Bepic.
Classic way to kick things off here, and we'll see how seasoned they are on one of the oldest maps in Tarkov Arena here. But I mean, 8sins, looking at them, those are names that have been around the block when it comes to arena competition. Walker, Blitzer Girl, Nemonas, Fox, and Pablos. I'm excited to watch this 8sins team play because I've gotten to see a lot of their core, especially compete across the last year or so, and that is a fun team to watch play.
Yeah, and Sens has Kaner and Train on their substitute roster as well. Kaner is another player who I believe was a starter last season. So certainly a deep roster there for them. And it's always great to have those substitutes. We saw earlier, I think last week, Oil Rig had lost a player. They didn't have any substitutes and ended up taking a forfeit on the day. So always good to have a couple backup players just in case we experience those ever so dreaded technical difficulties.
And they're picking Bay 5 as well. So we've got our first series of the day on the two classic maps of Tarkov Arena here. So both these sides should be well seasoned when it comes to playing, on all four maps, obviously. But with Bull and Bay 5, I think it's about who's able to have the deeper playbook. Obviously, I think 8sins is coming in with it, maybe slightly stronger mechanical advantage, just considering their stature in the table right now. But for Pandemic, you can catch out top rosters with newer strategies, with unexpected moves.
Yeah, Panderic's certainly been on the up and come here, but again, 8sins, they've been a team that's dominated before, formerly Team EPA, picking up Nemenos now with 8sins as well. Blitzer Girl and Walker just work so well together. So I feel like on paper they might be slightly favorited here, but as we say, any given Sunday, once that action starts popping off, we love to throw that paper out the window. But you mentioned it as well. Bull, Bay 5, they've been around since the inception. Both of these maps, all these teams should be really, really comfortable with. So it just comes down to who's really going to execute those plans a little bit better here today.
And we were doing some digging as well before the broadcast, looking at HPL Season 2, and Panderic and then EPA did meet up then. Last day of competition, and it was a 2-0 for EPA, as they were still the favorites back then as well, but it was a 9-7 and then a 9-6 on Map 1 and Map 2. So it was a close matchup, and both teams have gone through changes since then, so it's not exactly the most scientific method of predicting how this set is going to go, but it still shows you that Panderic, especially as an organization, can keep up with the top teams at the Tarkov Arena table here.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, they've definitely made strides of improvement since the last season as well, and they continue to do so. So there's a lot of these teams that are fairly close. This weekend, like I said, it's going to be an exciting one to figure out exactly where these teams are going to fall, who gets into that next season for free, and who's going to have to go back through the gauntlet of qualifiers as well. So certainly excited to get things started here today. And if you're kicking it with us in chat, there'll be some giveaways here just a little bit later as well. So make sure you stay tuned and keep on the lookout for that.
That's hype. Even more incentive to watch one of the more exciting esports coming up through the scene right now. So I'm hyped to get all three of our series on stream today. The giveaways. I mean, it's never boring at Hunt Premiere. That's for sure. Always something to stick around here for, hot sauce, and have a good time with.
Yeah, I'm just excited to get down into Bowl and see exactly how these teams are going to execute. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of great smoke lines here toward Jin, toward Headshot. We typically see teams attack the A site a little bit more, but more recently, it seems like it's been a little bit easier to head toward that B, maybe because there has been so much attention kind of laid out for that A site. So I'm looking for the team that can really switch up the strategy here, work the ebb and flow of Tarkov, and see if they can really keep their opponents guessing.
I definitely am also in love with the nade battle back and forth on bowl. There are so many spots you have to avoid in preparation for your opponent sending grenades your way. I mean, I feel like in Arena I see more nade kills than in any other game. Maybe all other games combined. It's absurd the amount of lineups that the players have already in such a young esport, and that they're able to catch out their opponents with.
Yeah, and that's a good point. A lot of times we see them come out early. They get those initial picks off the push from spawn. But what I want to see is, once they do that, the other team usually adjusts. They slow things
Hmm.
down a little bit. So after you get those first couple nade kills, I like when they hold on to them in those later rounds. I know a lot of teams like to hang out around jump up near top med. And so if you hold on to those nades for a little bit as well, you can find some cheeky ones onto the site once the team's kind of got into position as well. So that's another thing I look for. We know those basic lineups off of spawn that a lot of teams use, but a lot more of these teams have been coming up with some crazy lineups. I know Undead in the NA region has really been working on it as well. So I'm always looking forward to the crazy lineup Larry action, if you will.
And that's what I'm talking about with, these are classic maps. Both teams are going to be seasoned on them, but there are still ways to innovate. Despite Bowl and Bay 5 being around for so long, that's what having the deeper playbook is having those extra lineups that can net you just maybe one extra kill every couple of rounds that can turn the tides for you. And I mean, for Pandaric especially, trying to come in here and pull off an upset, it's those plays that can make the difference for them. And if you can catch 8 sins off, you're, I think, in a good spot competitively going forward. So I'm interested to see how they do come out and start play on bowl. If it is more standard, take those fights towards generators, see if you can play around the ace site well, or if they do mix it up a little bit more, go for something off the cuff, because they are starting off on the attacking side as well, so they can set the pace early on here.
Yeah, and that's what I look for from Pandaric, honestly. They need to come out and perform very well on their map pick of Bull. And if they can do it in dominating fashion, we might see some of that confidence spill over into Bay 5. However, if they let 8 Sins walk all over them on Bull, it could be a
Hmm.
short day for them on Bay 5 as well. We've seen 8 Sins really begin to kind of carry that momentum from map to map. And so that's one thing I look for both of these teams, like you mentioned. Who's going to start out on that right foot, more specifically here on Bull?
And with 8 Sins starting off defensively, I'm curious how much space they aim to take aggressively against Pandaric, how much respect they're giving that attacking side early on, or if they do try to get a little bit aggressive, play off those nades early on, see if they can take space and really make that attacking side kind of hellish for Pandaric. And so I'm so excited. The early rounds are so interesting to me. Obviously, you don't have the map immediately on the line at the start, but you can really set that tone. Like you said, carry momentum from map to map super early on in the set, and that can have ramifications throughout your entire series.
Yeah, I'm kind of interested to see if anybody's going to be using the TRG as well, the new sniper that's kind of come into the mix. We've seen Furlex dominate with it here in the past
Hmm.
weekends, and Bull has a lot of longer sight lines, so it's certainly a weapon that can be utilized very well here. Obviously, we see those Vulcans up front in the Enforcer class. It's something that has given a lot of these players some trouble as well, but yeah, I'm just kind of excited to see if we're going to see a little bit different array of weapons, or people kind of going back to those metas. We've been blessed with a few Ash 12s over the weekend. I know Zaki has been dominating with the Ash 12 as well. So I look for some of those fun weapons to come out here today as well.
I would love to see the appearance of the sniper rifle, especially like you said, with the meta kind of shifting a little bit towards B on bull. I mean, through apartments, that could be an area to hold down lane. Obviously, there a lot of fights towards generator already. Those side lanes are really interesting theaters of battle on bull, and I think that's where the map really is won. Obviously, if you can get through mid, good on you, but those battles out to the side really make for an interesting map.
Yeah, the smoke lineups on Bull, kind of like Skybridge as well. They're very, very important. Whereas, so
Hmm.
some of the smokes on the other maps are great, but they're not as important as they are on Bull to really kind of block off some of these single sight lines toward those uh, plants, spots of where you're able to plant. Excuse me. And so I think whoever maybe can execute that a little better here today is going to give them the advantage, especially on the attacking side. I feel like teams tend to do a little better on the defensive side here just because you're able to hold those angles. You can really force your opponents to kind of push into your crosshair. We did see some really crazy flanks last weekend on Bull as well, so that's something to look out for on the defensive side.
And again, it goes back to that deep playbook, how aggressive you're willing to get to throw off your opponent here, because these players, I'm sure, are extremely familiar with one another, being at the top of the arena scene for so long now. It's only such a big community, and so you are going to get very familiar very quickly with your opponents here. And so your ability to mix it up and kind of improvise throughout a series like this is so key to coming out on top and taking down the more established teams like your Oil Rigs, Sicarios, 8sins, the teams that have been here and have been winning for a long time now. And that's when we're going to see the tides change and the guards change, especially, is when teams towards the bottom of the table can mix it up effectively and back up those ideas with their mechanics.
And again, it's going to be important for 8sins to come out of the gate early. We talked about how they have 2 matchups on stream today.
Yes.
And right now, they're about 20 rounds behind Oil Rig. So they have a lot of room to gain here today. And if they can, in that last matchup of the day, if they can perform really well, almost shut out Oil Rig, that gives an opportunity to really close that gap as far as round differential goes.
I know that is such a great way to end our broadcast today. The number 2 versus number 3 teams. We're playing on Bay 5 and Fort as well, which is a combination that I love. You get the classic vibes of Bay 5, but the newest map as well with Fort. It's a reason why it's my background right now. But let's focus on the current opponent of 8sins Hot Sauce. We got the lobby up and going. We are all set here for Panderic versus 8sins.
Yeah, King, things kicked off relatively early here. Most of the pressure heading toward the mid side at the moment here for Panderic. We can see Nemenos up on top of the jump up there as well. We talked about these smoke lines being important. So right now, Panderic just waiting for this smoke to dissipate as Gore is going to find Nemenos on that mid area. And we can see the device creeping up toward the A site here as well. So it does look like they appear to just really commit toward the A site.
Very slow, though. I mean, posturing around A, yes, but we don't see any aggression towards Generator here, though. That nade is sent in that general direction, and Fox has been taken down. That's what I'm talking about right there. The nade battle already showing up early on, and now 8sins decide to play aggressive off of that losing number, see if they can gain that advantage back, but Walker goes down, and now Blitzer Girl and Pablo are in a 2v4.
V4 at the moment. Pablo trying to remain patient here. We'll spot the device on the jump over. Makes it to the site, though, and should be able to find that plant as well. Sprays coming through that don't quite connect just yet. Blitzer ground in the background here to the left as well. Pablo has a little bit of help to work with. He's going to thread the needle onto Denny, and that's one big pick here as well. They've got 3 more to go through, and Blitzer Girl finding the one on Gore by Jin, and all of a sudden things get a little bit more feasible.
8sins just play it patience. They wait to take space here at the end of the round, but now it's just Blitzer Girl. Snorlax will take Pablo out, and this is a 2v4 turned into a 1v2. Still manageable for 8sins, but not an optimal spot, especially with that device ticking away there on the site. Blitzer Girl has repositioned, though, taking a bit of high ground now. Just searching for any kind of opening here, but nothing is given. Panderic, though, with some messy spray, have made a meal out of this one, though there's no time. Blitzer Girl will have to back off here as Panderic take round 1.
Some beautiful kills coming out from Blitzer Girl, and unfortunately, as you said it, just not enough time left to be able to find that defusal. So Panderic will take an important round number 1. We talked about before we got going how important it was for either of these teams to come out swinging early. So Panderic on the right foot. They get that first round. It'll be up for 8sins to bounce back.
And I talked about looking at the aggression battle early on right there, and neither team was playing aggressive. That was very standard, very much just kind of posturing around A, playing for picks. See what you can get with your nades, see what you can get with some smoke spam if a head surfaces on you. And with that, Panderic really did build a nice advantage early, and hello again. But we saw a good start from the underdogs, and if they can keep that rolling, then 8sins might be in a little bit of trouble going into that matchup later about Oil Rig. They can't think about it too soon.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe a quick disconnect or something happened there, looking to get people back in toward that lobby. But unfortunately, those things do happen from time to time. For Penderic, though, it was a you nailed it, a very nice start. They were very patient around those initial smoke lines, allowing those smokes to dissipate before they pressure through, so they're
Mhm.
not peeking blindly. And so, some really great decision making to open things up from Penderic. So, hopefully, this little timeout doesn't slow down that momentum that they've built up here early, but unfortunately, these things do happen from time to time.
Yeah, and it's all right. It's just one round. It's not like a team's getting iced or anything like that. I mean, hopefully these are all seasoned enough competitive players where a little bit of a hiatus from play won't affect them too much. But especially when you start off playing so patiently, because that stoppage of momentum really isn't going to kill you. But hey, Pandaric looked good. They looked clean mechanically. They were punishing over aggression nicely when Walker decided to push up, kind of through mid there towards the van on A site. He got punished. It was a quick trade, I think. Pandaric reacted quickly to that play from 8sins, and that's a good start. If they can keep that going, Pandaric's in a good spot.
Yeah, I mean, they were winning their gun battles. If they happened to lose a gun battle, they had a player close by to find that trade at a minimum. So they were
Hmm.
kind of consistently keeping that player advantage. As you mentioned, we kind of saw Blitzer Girl almost bring it back, only needing
Hmm.
to get through Duxie's left standing, but just not enough time to do so. So a good start for Pandaric on bowl. They're going to have to keep it up, though. Consistency is key, and that's going to be the theme throughout the day here as well. But I'm going to wonder, if we get right back into it, if they head back toward that A site, or if maybe they're going to mix up the strategies, kind of look to keep 8sins guessing here on bowl.
8sins did commit a player, obviously towards B. They were playing that rat position, kind of on the outside of apartments, and so they will have to dispose of that player. Pandaric will. I just noticed your background. That's well done, hot sauce. You do look like a ratty player to me. I can imagine you sitting in a corner for the entirety of a map, just waiting for someone to come your way.
As we always say, baby, hashtag rats on top. Yeah, I just love it. Shout out to Stank Rat. But, I do. That's one thing I really like about Tarkov. There's many different ways to play. So obviously, some can be a little more frustrating to others. But we love our rats over here as well. We don't see too much of that in arena, obviously. Sometimes, especially on defense, you're supposed to rat. You kind of hang out. You allow them to push into your sight lines. You play for that plant. And so, as a rat myself, I'm thoroughly pleased with all the cheese over here.
Hey, it works because eventually, especially for 8sins defensively, if they're able to lock down the A site, which they weren't able to round one, but if that does come eventually, then that B site's going to get a little bit more action. And so I'm curious if they do just keep one player there in that same position, or if they play maybe a more passive angle. Because if you're playing that rat spot all alone, like 8sins had their player sitting, then if you get overrun, that side is Pandaric's just right off the bat. So I'm wondering, I'm going to be keeping an eye, I think, on that position especially. See how 8sins is playing it. See how they consider their retake ability of B. See how they consider Pandaric's ability to take the site in the first place.
Yeah, and I think that's why we've seen some more teams kind of shift toward targeting B a little bit more because A is
Yeah.
so popular. A lot of times we see that kind of 4-1 split on defense. And so if you 5-man down toward B, even if you lose a player, you're able to find that trade, get that plant relatively quickly. So even if you only have one over toward the B site, I still like to see someone hanging around split or ninja. That way you
Yeah.
have a little bit of an easier access. You can also make sure that they're not coming around that B rat side or B plat side for that member who's hunkered down on B. So maybe some minor adjustments to that defensive setup from 8sins. We'll have to take a look, but those are the things that you have to recognize through round to round. What are my opponents doing? Where do we need to make these adjustments to make sure that these things don't continue to happen? So we'll see if 8sins is able to make those adjustments once we get these players loaded back in.
As we are loading back in, a reminder as well for those of you out there curious what the off-stream match is. TFG and Oil Rig are playing right now, so Oil Rig as well getting prepared for that big-time matchup in the third stream slot today, and they're running a similar map rotation as well, starting off on Bull and then moving to Bay 5. Definitely the two most popular maps of HPL right now. Poor Skybridge and Fort, the lowest picked maps at this point. And I remember hearing that Skybridge was more popular in the last season of HPL in EU. And then we go to NA where it is so unpopular. I don't think I saw Skybridge, but what one time when I was watching, I watched a decent bit. And so coming back to EU, I was expecting a bit more play, but it's still at the bottom.
Yeah, and I think for teams who enjoy Skybridge, it could be an opportunity for them to kind of set
Yeah.
themselves apart. If teams are really looking to stay away from that map, if that's a map that you can get very comfortable with, work out some extra strategies. It's something that can maybe give you a little bit of an upper hand against some of these squads. So I think sometimes that's why we see maps kind of come and go throughout the scene. But yeah, I'm happy because I'm not necessarily a Skybridge enjoyer, so I'll be the naysayer up here in my tower.
It is an interesting map, but I suppose I can understand it. That's a difficult map to play around. It's so expansive. But I think we're back on Bowl, talking about big maps in Arena. But round 2 getting underway here after we resolved that disconnect, which unfortunately there go our stats for round 1. But that's all good. All you have to know really is that Pandera got the dub.
Yeah, the important stats at the top middle of your screen up there, right? But all right. Well, unfortunately, we are getting word from the eye in the sky that we do need at least one more restart there. So, those difficulties happen from time to time. We're here to help you guide through those and, try not to yap your ear off too much along the way. But we are certainly glad that you have decided to join us here this weekend as we look to showcase all the wonderful talent here in the EU division.
It's good to be back for HPL. I love the competitive scene of Tarkov Arena developing like it is at the moment. Battlestate is so committed to helping their esport get going, and I mean it's fun to watch. I've thoroughly enjoyed the storylines that we've been able to weave through the HPLs and the other tournaments in the arena scene. Now we're getting org support as well. It's cool to see another burgeoning esport in the scene because it's been a minute since I think we've been involved in like a young esport to help build it up. So I'm enjoying watching what happens with Arena right now.
Absolutely. I'm just waiting to see one of these teams that are going to be able to come in and look to topple Sicario. It's been
Yeah.
all Sicario in these last couple seasons, and they continue to assert that dominance out there, not dropping a single game again here in season 2, and really looking to just get that a repeat of the previous season. So potential 2-time champs on the card here.
They have been so dominant so far, and Oil Rig did look close against them in their match that they played, but you still got to come away with the wins if you're going to topple the top team in HPL right now. So that's the season by season narrative that's starting to develop. And then this happens, I think, in young esports. You get a team that is head and shoulders above the rest of the competition, and then it's up to the rest of the field to band together, season each other up enough to where you can take down the Sicarios of your esport. And maybe Decoded has the answers today, but so far no one else has.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I just love the fact that so many of these players are willing to go out and play with different members of the community. I happened to stop by, I think it was Cracked Wisdom stream last night, and Walker and a few of the people were all playing Arena together, and just hearing the fun comms and the banter and the mishaps and the chaos that's going on. It's always great to see some of these pros, willing to just kind of reach out and be a part of the community. And, I think it's something that has really kind of helped this arena kind of grow in the right direction here. So looking forward to all these orgs that are picking up teams. I know some of the orgs have, implemented coaches and we really start to see these teams kind of take it to the next level.
And that's part of that burgeoning esport conversation. It's really cool to see. And I mean, if any orgs are looking at Arena as a scene to invest in, you're getting good people no matter what team you sign in either of the HPLs or any of the other Arena competitions, because this community really is so kind. And I was worried when I joined the Tarkov scene. I was like, man, this is an intense game. The people aren't going to be as receptive to me coming in as a Tarkov newcomer. But it's such the opposite. A lot of people here are so kind, and it's extremely refreshing to have that be the case.
Oh yeah, we absolutely love it at Hunt Premier over here and all that they have done for the community. Huge shout out to Battle State Games
Oh yeah.
as well as we continue to hopefully grow together here. But gonna get these players loaded back in here very shortly. We'll remind everybody, Pandark did take the first rounds. They are up 1-0 at the moment. It'll be up to 8 cents to work their way back in here. But again, Pandark starting out on the attacking side, taking the
Hmm.
first round as well, which can be a little bit difficult or more difficult rather to do on that attacking side. So we talked about how important it was for them to get off on the right foot or the right paw, if you will. But so far, so good.
Yeah, I mean they played the patient style of arena really well right there. Just waited for their moment to strike and they struck. There was the occasional messy spray that clutch for 8 sins got close to actually coming through as Blitzer Girl and Pablo. They narrowed down the 2v4 to a 1v1 well, just did not have the time to secure that clutch. And I mean fair enough. I think that's still a positive for 8 sins that they lose round 1, but you got a cushion of 8 more to work through at this point. So not the end of the world, especially when they did make it so close there.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if Pandark was able to realize during all that chaos that there were 4 members posted up at A that only, which would allow them to then know that there was only one person holding down that B site. So if they were able to take in that knowledge early, we very well could see them maybe pressing toward that B, looking to, 5v1 it if they can. But all kind of things that you have to take notice of when you're playing the game. That situational awareness that comes into factor, but it can be hard to do when there's a hailstorm of bullets being thrown your direction.
Especially when that hailstorm of bullets is coming from 8 sins. I mean, that's daunting playing a top 3 team here. But you always want a shot at the top of the table here, and this is Pandaric's opportunity. They've struggled a little bit this season as well, and so this would be a massive win, even if they can get a draw here. Take either Bowl or Bay 5. I think that would be considered a W for Pandaric because I mean, being 1-1-2 at the moment, their only win is against TFG, and no real slights to TFG, but that is still a bottom of the table team, and I know Pandaric want to take that next step. I know they have a lot of fans out there in Twitch chat right now that are waiting for them to take that next step.
Yeah, a lot of fans out there who should be hanging out for those giveaways coming up here after games 1 and 2. And I was taking a look at the previous stat lines as well from the last season. Pandark, they played some well in some of those games. Unfortunately, they did get last place without winning a single game in that previous tournament. So they've already gotten a win in this one, and they're already looking for another one here. So we talked about those steps in the right direction that eventually become strides, and it's all about completing those little side quests. Let me get a couple kills this round, work toward a round win, and then hopefully get a game win. So they've been able to do that. We've definitely seen the improvement from last season to this season, and we'll see if they can continue to do so.
Yeah, I mean, that does have to release a lot of weight off their shoulders, like going winless, no maps won, -77 round differential at the end of HPL2, and they've already had a much more successful season here, and it's about slow progress for sure as a roster, especially as Arena develops. You develop as a team alongside it, and you want to take advantage of those opportunities against the top teams in the scene, and 8sins present them a good look at the moment. We'll see if 8sins decides to press the issue a little bit, get aggressive, push back on Pandaric, or if they keep playing patient. We only have that first round to go off of hot sauce. We're talking about the narratives of development throughout playing Bowl here, and I really want to get back into this to see how these teams play the map as we go along.
I mean, we can make all the speculation we want, but you're right. It was
Right.
just one round. So you usually need a handful of rounds to figure out exactly how it's going to go. And more often than not, you have to wait till they swap sides because we do have a lot of these, big differentials in a first half where certain maps are just heavily defensive sided or, heavily one sided on one way or the other. So I often wait till we swap halves and get those first couple rounds in, unless we're like looking at an early, 7-1 or something like that. But
Yeah.
other than that, I feel like we need a handful of rounds to really kind of analyze what direction it might be headed.
And we should be getting back into game here in a second. Our lovely producer has let us know. So, hot sauce. Why not have to yap any much longer, as it's just our faces that we're staring at right now. We'll be able to yap a little bit longer while we're looking at some gameplay on Bowl here in a moment. But as a reminder for everyone right now, as we are getting into things, 3 streamed matches today. Big one at the end of the day, of course, is Oil Rig and 8 Sins, who we're about to watch 8 Sins now, but Sicario and Decoded are our next matchup on stream. Another instance of a team that's kind of towards the bottom part of the table getting a shot at one of the top dogs.
Yeah, we kind of talked about it earlier. I know TFG Oil Rig going at it right now off stream, so to speak, and they were starting out on Bull as well, and we're going to end up on Bay 5. So, hopefully their game's going a little bit better than ours at the moment,
No
guys. Unfortunately, technical difficulties are a part of video gaming and casting and the whole scene as well. So, most of the weekends we're able to sneak by without too many problems. Unfortunately, we've had a few hiccups here today, but like I said, Bepic and I are here to help ease that pain a little bit and hopefully guide you through the seas, through these rough waters. But as he had mentioned, our eye on the sky, Connor, was letting us know it shouldn't be too much longer here before we get back into the game. Just a few moments, and then we'll be bringing this action for you.
Hey, I don't mind it too much. At this point, we're just having a little podcast as we're waiting for this matchup to get ready. But I think it is. We have switched on over to gameplay now, and I'm not going to count any chickens before they hatch. But it seems like we're getting this second round underway.
Round 2, looking good so far. We'll see if they opt to go toward that A site once more. Pretty spread out at the moment. It does appear they're going to be heading back this direction, so we're kind of waiting to see if these smokes rain down early once more.
Is Walker teaching us lineups right now? Is this lineup class with Walker? That nade didn't land, but he was lining up a couple of options right now as 8 Sins figured out where they wanted to apply pressure with those nades early on. And let's look at the minimap right now. 3 Panderic players positioning around B, and 8 Sins do still have that one player in that ratty position at the moment, but we'll see if they get anyone, as that device is down over towards A, and 8 Sins have found a pair of big kills now, and they've got control.
I like to play on B. Unfortunately, the device was on A, so with these picks, they can really just kind of hunker down. Shots go across as Blitzer Girl finds Denny Gore. Found the pick of his own in that mix, but it's a 4v2 in favor of 8 Sins at the moment. Fox on this Enforcer class looking to push forward, is able to find Snurlax. Gore gets Pablo, and Blitzer Girl the trade back. 8 Sins will battle back into this one and tie things up.
What a massive round there from Fox. A big 3K to notch a win. And not just a 3K in general, but a 3K that started off with big 2 kills. That took out the players with that blast pack. Panderic, I'm not sure what the strategy was there, if they were just playing patient again towards A, banking on 8 Sins, doing the same thing that they did in round 1, and then trying to gain some space over towards B and then hustle over with the blast pack. But they lost that round very early on.
Yeah, honestly, I would have liked to seen the device with the 3 members at B. They had a severely outnumbered 8 Sins over there, but things don't always go their way. They have to pick up the puzzle pieces and look to regroup here in round 3. They are heading back toward the A site. It's a bit of a 2-2 split currently here, with one lingering for 8 Sins, and right now Panderic going back to that slow play that worked in round number 1.
And the blast pack is more centralized now as well, but still the same positioning for 8 Sins, so they're not playing up quickly. Fox is all the way back behind Generator, it looks like, playing a very passive angle now, but we're just waiting, seeing what we can't find here. First couple of bullets ring out, but they're not going to make any contact.
But it's just looking for a little pre-fire through the wall, see if he can bait out any additional shots their direction. And again, we have one for Panderic hanging back, just being cautious of that flank, but it's not coming in, as 8 Sins is comfortable just keeping one on the B side at the moment.
He's looking for anything now, starting to get a little bit aggressive here up med, but Nothing found. Playing back down this ramp. Fox is starting to cheat up again. Same position as last round, but a lot later. And with 40 seconds to go, you have to make your move relatively soon. But Duxies has a little bit of help as well with Gore playing the same position, though 8 Sins have moved 4 members towards A. They got one player in the back there migrating around. I think it's Pablo making sure that it isn't still a B hit, but 8 Sins are very much rotating towards A, anticipating this hit going now.
Oh, Numenos, Walker, Pablo, and Fox all get kills here. Everybody getting a piece of the action as it's all down to Snorlax in a 5v1. It's not the ideal situation, and Blitzer Girl will find it a flawless round here for 8 Sins.
And in Pandaric, I think they just waited a little bit too long right there. They made 8 Sins believe it was going to be an A hit. That's where the bullets had been fired out. That's, typically the site of choice for attacking sides on Bull. And so 8 Sins rotated back, had numbers, and just annihilated that push from Pandaric. And that's a rough 2 rounds back from the break.
I mean, 8 Sins is putting one on the A site, one at Headshot, and one at Jin at the moment. So I'd like to see some of these nades held onto for just a bit. Once they slow things down from these smokes, look to pop some of those nades on site, but they are going to opt to switch it up, head toward the B site where Blitzer Girl has been locking it down as that lone member. The calls come in, and Pablo finding the 2K. Blitzer Girl will get one more, and 8 Sins firing on all cylinders.
And they're starting to make us think that round 1 was a fluke here, as 8 Sins didn't win the duels then, but now they are still annihilating Pandaric. That is a flawless round there for 8 Sins. They've rattled off 3 in a row, and it is everybody contributing as well. I mean, right there, we've got 3 players with 4+ kills already.
I've said it before, I'll say it again. Blitzer Girl is one of my favorite players to watch, not just in Tarkov Arena, but in the base game tournaments that we do as well. Very, very talented individual, and already on that kill leaderboard with 5 kills in the bag, and was holding down the B side all alone and still able to find a plethora of kills.
And if they can keep this going now, it might be difficult for Pandaric to get back in this thing, as they're, again, posturing towards B with that device still on the A side of the map. It's being moved around, but still, I don't want to repeat of that second round. That scared me a little bit. Let's see what Pandaric's thinking here.
Trying to push in. Denny is going to find the initial pick onto Pablo. They've got the player advantage to work with. Blitzer Girl has been in the same position every time. Snorlax peeks. Here's the shots, but I don't know if they were able to locate Blitzer, and she is going to continue to creep up just a bit here toward the B site, looking to hold this angle as well. And we see Pandaric slowly inching forward, but that device is over toward the A site.
They're taking space, though, seeing what they can find near B, and 8 Sins have a couple of players nearby. If Snots can find a pick here, they can really apply pressure to 2 points on the map here, playing around B while still looking for an A hit, but Fox peeking around might have a good opportunity for timing here, and yep, Snorlax is shot in the side of the head, and now Pandaric have to scramble a bit.
8 Sins with the equalizer back to a 4v4. This smoke in the way here does create a bit of problems. We talked about the nades toward Jin. Has to be careful of the player who's been prone on the A site here as well. But you do see that rotation coming in. Now the flank from 8 Sins as well. And Blitzer Girl from behind gets one. Numenos another. Fox finds Denny. And Numenos with the 2K on the Duxies. It's been all 8 Sins since the disconnect.
These are easy wins as well. And Pandaric, they play patiently and then rush in at the end and just get melted. They play aggressively and they get melted. 8 Sins are on a tear right now. It doesn't seem like Pandaric are doing enough around the map to give themselves easier fights. So that's the trick going forward. See if you can apply pressure. And even when Pandaric was moving towards B, 8 Sins didn't really flinch. They're really trusting their anchors right now as it's Blitzer Girl in that rat position for the most part playing around B. And I'd trust Blitzer Girl too, but hey, that's a good pick now. Pandaric have themselves an advantage.
They got the advantage. Blitzer Girl's been stationed here on B ramp for the entirety of this map and continues to lock it down themselves, as we do see 2 from Pandaric beginning to shift toward the B site. Fox and Snorlax will find picks of their own. Sprays through the smoke, and Numenos finds Gore somehow with a headshot to the dome all the way through the smoke. Not even able to see him, but it just goes to kind of reiterate on that situational awareness. These players are so comfortable on this map. They know where players are often standing around Jin, and so we see those sprays coming in, and it pays off big here for 8 Sins.
And Denny is getting very aggressive at the moment with Snorlax. Good trade potential here. But Pandaric, they don't really want that to be the outcome. They've taken a lot of room, but they don't have any other teammates outside of this push. And now Blitzer Girl from behind takes them out. It's too slow from Pandaric, and Snorlax is all alone now in a 1v3, deviceless with the sharks swarming.
Smell blood in the water, and it's Blitzer Girl to find Snorlax. Another shot to the dome will send him home. Blitzer's got 8 on the board and looking for more as well. Fox not far behind with 7, and the whole crew playing very well. Again, it was Pandaric initially, but you got to wonder if maybe that disconnect affected things a little bit, kind of slowed that momentum after they had that first nice, very fast round in their favor. But unfortunately, it's been all 8 sins now, so Pandaric, I'd like to see him get at least another round or 2 before we swap halves here.
Let's make it a manageable back half on your defensive side, and then it's, you know, a little bit easier, but still not easy against 8 sins. This has been tough for Pandaric. We were hyping him up all throughout that extended break that we had because of how good their first round was, but finally we got a quick B execute now as Pandaric's hustling through apartments, and Blitzer Girl is down as well. This B site could be Pandaric's if not for the heroics of Pablo stopping the device in its tracks.
Oh, but Denny and Snorlax will combine for 2. That'll give them the player advantage once more. 2 actually, as Walker hears the shells being thrown his direction up close and personal. It's Snorlax to find Walker, and it comes all down to Nemenos here, who's rotating a back through this mid side here. Doesn't spot one just yet. We'll find them now, and now it's up to Pandaric. They can play patient. They don't want to allow Nemenos to isolate these 1v1s just like that, and now we've got ourselves a 3v1.
Still, not an easy 3v1 by any stretch. Pandaric is playing off-site, playing back that apartment's lane, and it's going to be tough for Nemenos to even break in. I could first see them getting one, but not with the ability to trade that Pandaric have set up at the moment. But we'll see what they can get running at the moment with time ticking against them. Bullets hit the wall next to them. I mean, Nemenos still standing, but does find some bullets in their back not too shortly thereafter. That's a good finish up there by Denny, and Pandaric back on the board.
Back on the board they go, and if they can get one more here before a halftime, it would certainly put them in that right direction as things, like, again, I said it earlier, I feel like this is a little bit more of a defensive map here on Bowl. So they could put at least 3 on the board and then start out on the right foot. Once we swap sides, they could be right back into this game. But as we always say, a little bit easier said than done when we're sitting up here in the booth.
Yeah, I don't envy the positions of any of the players on the map right now. This is a hard game. You've got to be a different breed to be good at Arena, or just Tarkov in general. But still, let's see what Pandaric gets here. It's another early move towards B. And Blitzer Girl was getting aggressive there towards the apartments van, but backs off and holds a more passive angle here. Doesn't pull, that does pull one player of 8 sins over towards the B site, but that is the right call now as the device is in the apartments.
Stop here, looking to pressure through office, and we see that bomb dropping down toward the site. Denny knows Pablo's here lurking, and we'll find a nice headshot onto Denny. Circling back toward yellow here, we still see Blitzer Girl at B ramp, looking to hold it down, and they've done so for the entirety of these rounds here, but Duxie is going to find a big pick onto Nemenos as well. So right back to a player advantage here, favoring Pandaric, but Fox will find that equalizer.
That's nice. Fox will slow Pandaric down, and now it looks like maybe a shift in strategy here, but Blitzer Girl should have all the intel she needs to make that call. Might even have a flank from behind, as you see Walker now rotating back. The call has come in. 8 sins are migrating back towards A, but Pandaric have flipped the script on him. A double kill for Gore now sets up a big move back towards B as that site's wide open, and Fox is alone.
All alone over here toward the A site, and I believe heard the intel headed toward Med Van. I don't know if he knows he's exactly over here, though, and he does, and he thought he was a little bit further toward Jin, so an easy pick here for Jenny, and Pandaric begins to work their way back in this one.
And this is a nice couple of rounds strung together. They were exercising pressure on both sides there, both sites rather, to end their attacking half of Bowl. And now it is a manageable defensive half for Pandaric. Just down by 2 rounds, and now we get to see what 8 sins is thinking on their attacking side.
For Panderic, I think they really need to win this first round. They've got to work
Hmm.
toward, closing that gap just a little bit, especially against a team like Eight Sins. You have to be able to put together a few rounds in a row. So if they can win this initial round, we might see that momentum begin to shift a bit. But if Eight Sins can stifle them quickly to start things off on the attacking side, it could be a short day here on Bowl.
Fox will toss a nade towards generator. Not gonna make any contact there. That was a smoke towards Gen. Yeah, okay. Smoking that off. Looking to move quickly towards A, and that sight line is broken down for Panderic, and now that leaves Denny in an awkward spot, playing on site, but Tuxie's elsewhere with a double kill. Nade in hand will take out 8 Sins players.
Tough to deal with sometimes with the nade lineups. We love to see them. The bodies falling here as we do see them collecting that device, and they have control of the A site here as well. So we will see that plant go down. Now the player advantage is favoring Pandaric on this retake, and they have a long lurking flank coming in play. That's Snorlax who's able to find Blitzer Girl.
SP6 as well, down range, and that's a big pickup as Panderic have themselves a 4v2 to work with now. Another smoke in here will section off Pablo, and we'll see what they can do now in an awkward spot on site, baiting out Svedas, peeking around the corner, but Duxie's happy to trade here. It's an easy cleanup for Panderic. It got close. Pablo made him sweat just a little bit, but Panderic do win that important round, Hot Sauce.
An important round indeed, and now just one away from tying it up. We've seen the momentum shift here back and forth a few times already today, but Pandaric opened up nicely. They've stumbled around a little bit here on those meat and potato rounds, but they seem to found their stride again and something that's been working for them. So we'll see if they can continue to execute this flawlessly here. 8 Sins. Walker only has 1 kill on the day, which is not the norm for them, certainly. So hopefully they can get things picked up a little bit here for 8 Sins as well.
Better late than never, especially with Panderic closing the gap here. It's 3 consecutive rounds for Panderic across 2 sides of the map now, but still an important run of momentum for them after they started off strong in that first round, but 8 Sins rattled off 5 in a row, and I was starting to think that was the death sentence for Panderic on Bowl, but they found a way back in this thing and now have first blood as well.
Need to open things up. Also tucked onto the side, has help from Duxies and does find the pick over toward Jin. Pablo pressuring in the shots. He's stuck in the reload, but ring around the rosy. Denny will find him before Walker eventually gets the trade back.
Still Duxies on site. Has players inbound. Walker and Blitzer Girl, I'm sure, can feel the walls closing in as Blitzer Girl's watching that flank angle, but Walker's keeping an eye on site, and Blitzer Girl does have that intel that Panderic are moving in behind them. Let's see what the play is. They're moving towards Jen. Do they expect this player to be right there? Walker did, and Blitzer Girl's found a kill as well on sites. It's a 2v2 now. Panderic have lost their numbers advantage.
That's crazy. From a 4v2 to a 2v2 in a matter of moments. Blitzer Girl stepping around, does spot him at the top of mid. The shots come in, and they continue to connect. Blitzer Girl is an absolute juggernaut out here. Looks to thread the needle on the final one at the front of Copter as well. Shots being exchanged, but no real damage being done just yet.
Still a 2v1 now, down from a 2v4 for 8 Sins. This is so impressive, and Blitzer Girl caps off the round win with the W. That is so impressive and shows you why 8 Sins is near the top of the table. And right there, a big 3K for Blitzer Girl. We dubbed her the queen of clutch at her TwitchCon competitions, and she shows why she's earned that moniker right there.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why I was touching base on when we first got going. One of my favorite players to watch out here, and you can see why. Continues to dominate top of the leaderboard with Levin at the moment, and honestly, it has some of the best visual settings, at least for the base game as well. I always recommend people going over there and stealing those settings. But we'll get ready here for round 11. Panderic only down by 2. Still time to bring this one back.
It's a heart-wrenching round to lose, though, and hopefully their mental's all right. Like I said earlier in the broadcast, these are seasoned competitive players, but that one can be a little bit of a tilter if you let it get to you. But now an interesting position here for Panderic defensively, playing a bit back no one immediately on site behind that pillar on A, and posturing with 2 players towards B as well. So waiting to see what 8 Sins does here, but 8 Sins after that massive round win have slowed things all the way down.
3-2 split at the moment here for Pandark as we hear some of those nades come raining down. And we can see Walker through the X-ray lining up one here as well. And let's see if that's able to connect toward the site. And take a look at the mini-map. It does see the rotation coming back around, but Walker will find that nade that we were worried about as Duxies finds a pick of their own.
Oh, a little bit of a timing here. Just behind on Fox's movement towards A as a couple bullets rattle through the smoke, but 8 Sins still have that player advantage. They've got the blast pack planted as well. This is a very good spot for a team already out in front, and with Gore going down as well, a 4v2 drops to a 4v1, and this has 8 Sins written all over it.
Yeah, we talked about Walker hoping to step it up there from 1 kills to 5 already as Pablo will find the dome of Snorlax, and just like that, 8 Sins getting very close to closing this one out.
Very close. Pandark did have that 3-round run earlier. There's no telling if they're able to do it again. Would get them level, but still, the pressure is rising. The heat is getting hotter, and 8 Sins, and despite that, so some awkward rounds at the start of their attacking side where they had to pull off that crazy clutch to get a win, where they dropped the first round of their half. Outside of that, it has looked so composed, and now it's a rush towards B, but they're going to meet Pandark head on here.
And look at the clash face to face, ready to throw some bows here as well on the peak. Leading the way is the Enforcer class. It's 8 Fox with a 2-piece though. And again, 8 Sins continues to find these early picks and set themselves up for the player advantage. Lurking close as Fox.
What?
Timing is everything. And it doesn't pay out for Denny. Duxies though eventually getting the trade.
They were running into a stack, 8 Sins were, and somehow they still come out with a device plant, and it should be an easy kill for Pablo if they decided to press that, as Duxies has to watch 2 angles here, and they're getting pincered. Decide to take a little bit of agency there, and that ends up leading to their demise. This should be another 8 Sins round. Svidas has something to say about it. Walker, I think he was the prone player right there. It takes down the last remaining member of Pandark, and 8 Sins are 1 round away from closing out Bowl with a win.
1 round away from closing it out with 4 additional opportunities to do so for Pandark. Its backs against the wall at the moment, but they were able to find some nice rounds in a row around the middle of the game, but they're going to need to get 4 in a row now if they want to extend this one into overtime.
And I mean, that was their round right there. They had made the right call, stacking B, getting aggressive there, meeting 8 Sins head on. They just couldn't win the duels. They weren't ready for Fox to attack them from apartments. And that's difficult to stomach. It's another tough round loss for Pandark, and Walker taking out Snorlax from the get-go should open up B site, and we'll see how 8 Sins decide to play around this now, as they're actually backing off, maybe migrating towards A.
To potentially find a rotation here, but Pandark has some members relatively close, but they are actually, it looks like on the minimap, maybe shifting toward that B site here. So this could be a huge push from 8 Sins. They've already got control of Generator as well, and with that, the plant should come with ease.
Generator falling under enemy hands for Pandark as they got pulled towards B and had to back off and give up territory around A. That device go down, and well, this is going to be a difficult retake for Pandark. They don't have numbers to work with, especially now that Zvedas has been taken out by Nemonas. And, well, getting aggressive here into the Pandark side should yield 8 Sins some extra kills, a round secured, and a map secured alongside it.
Yeah, Blitzer Girl is going to find Gore here. There is a long lurking flank as Nemonas does get Denny, and with that only up to the flank here, that's Duxies who's taken out by Blitzer Girl, and 8 Sins will find game number 1 in their favor. Remind everybody that Bull was Pandark's map pick as well.
Oh, I had forgotten about that fact, and I think that makes the map loss a little bit saltier there, Hot Sauce, as Eight Sins was so clinical in the rounds that they dominated and the rounds where they had to clutch a 2v4. I think definitely that was the highlight of the map for them, especially that Blitzer girl 3K in the 2v4. She ended up with 13 frags. Pablo joined her at the top side of the scoreboard, and that's what you expect from a team that is top 3 right now and has been in HPL since its inception.
Yeah, formerly EPA, now 8sins, and they continue to dominate for Pandaric. It's going to be up to them. I mean, you always say, hey, if they can do it, certainly we can too. If they can take our map pick, then we can come out and take their map pick. And like we touched base on earlier, it's Bay 5. It's a map that probably every single person playing Arena is going to be familiar and comfortable with at this point, especially in this competitive scene here. So still an opportunity for Pandaric to work back into it, but they have to start out early. Hopefully, they don't get a round win and then we have to suffer a disconnect again, because I do feel like that stifled their momentum a little bit. But, again, they have to find a way to win a couple rounds in a row. They can't just give one, and then allow 8sins to get 3 or 4 before they're finding a way to answer back.
And they have to close out when they have the numbers advantages too, because there were obviously the 2v4 win for 8sins was massive and a bit backbreaking for Pandaric there, but also just the 5v4 advantage when you get that early pick, playing off that information, being able to sway 8sins decisions based off that player advantage. I mean, if Pandaric can do that just a little bit better, play a bit smarter, win those isolated duels, be ready for big flanks like we saw when they got aggressive up towards B near the apartments van when Fox just flanked through apartments and took out the 2 players holding main. I mean, those are the situations that you have to be prepared for against 8sins, because they are going to know how to counter your counters per se. And going forward, if Pandaric can improve upon that in Bay 5, then they can be competitive. But that's a rough map to lose.
Yeah, well, at least they're headed to Bay 5, where the smoke lineups aren't quite as important. There are some really nasty hand grenade lineups, though. And so we do see a lot of early grenade picks in Bay 5. So Pandaric's going to have to dodge those. I know Walker is always setting up lineups as well. We saw it happen on Bowl. So I expect the same here on Bay 5 as well.
We need some Walker lineup tutorials to play between breaks here, because we got it. We got the non-verbal tutorials there on Bull when he was lining up a couple for us before getting a kill with one. But I need to learn from the master, because those nades are so important in Arena. Gaining those early advantages that I was just talking about with just simply knowing a set of lineups, going back to school for a little bit, studying up for lineups class.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you can find even just one nade pick, but if you happen to get a double, any player advantage is going to be huge for you in a game like Tarkov Arena. So that's something that 8sins was able to work off the back of relatively well, off of several different rounds where they were finding those nade picks. We did see, I think, a double either from Duxies or Denny as well there late in that game. So we know that both of these squads have those lineups and are certainly capable of finding them. It's just, again, about who's able to execute just a little bit better on the day.
And I'm looking as well at Bay 5. 8sins is starting out on the attacking side, so we're going to keep the back half of Bowl going here into Bay 5. And so Pandaric have a chance if they're able to, again, make good reads defensively against 8sins, because I think their defensive half was a little bit more successful. No, they only got one on their defense, didn't they, on Bowl? I've already forgotten. I've already put it out of my mind, like I'm sure a couple of Pandaric fans have. But if they can step up on their defensive side on Bay 5, I want to see how 8sins plays it, how they play defense too, because they trusted Blitzer Girl so much as the anchor on that B side on Bull. I want to see if that's the same thing on Bay 5.
I mean, honestly, you certainly could utilize that around the B site. Tuck Blitzer Girl there. Maybe keep one toward Maze or near Toxic to kind of hang out around mid, but be close toward that B side. Then it allows you to put 3 toward the A, which we often see someone kind of in that back alley near Hangman, obviously someone near Platt as well. And so, but yeah, I mean, with the talent that Blitzer Girl has, I mean, we saw it in the first one, certainly can anchor a site pretty much by themselves. I don't see why they wouldn't be comfortable doing that here on Bay 5 as well.
And just so much trust across the Eight Sins lineup. Experienced veterans of the young scene that they are. It makes sense. That's how they play, trusting a player to lock down a site and buy time when necessary. And so that's what you need as a roster to hold your position at the top. You need trust in one another, make good calls, play off information well. And Eight Sins did so on Bowl. And going into Bay 5, that's what Pandaric is going to have to contend with again. I'm expecting us to run it back with Eight Sins having the advantage going in, but Pandaric with chances to take that away from them.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you on that as well, especially this being Eight Sins' map pick. So, but if Pandera can find a way to come out early and get on that right foot, obviously not just one round, but maybe two or three in a row to start things off, then we very well could see them giving Eight Sins a taste of
Yeah.
their own medicine. But I think as far as favorite goes, probably Eight Sins just by a little bit here on Bay 5. And I think those nade lineups are a big factor, and the fact that they can trust Blitzer Girl to just anchor down a site by themselves.
And we'll see what happens when we do get into Bay 5. I hope we can get an update as well on Oil Rig and TFGs, because they should be a little bit ahead of us considering the delays that we had in our first map, because that's a big one as well. If TFG can put up a fight against Oil Rig going into our big time series later on between number 2 and number 3, assuming Eight Sins and Oil Rig do come out on top of their first matches today. And so hopefully we can get some information on that once it does come in. But for Eight Sins, they have been clinical on the majority of their maps this season. Their only real losses so far are to Sicario and TFG as well. An odd map to lose, or odd team to lose a map against, but still they've been good for the most part so far, been consistent, and against Pandaric here, they're still fighting uphill.
I saw something in the chat there as well for TFG 2-9 against Oil Rig, so they might be closing out that second game as we speak. It looks like it was favoring Oil Rig, but already early pressure here toward the A side. Fox is going to pick up on Denny first, so already Eight Sins finding these early picks. Vetus does return fire and find Walker here on site. The flick of the wrist, and Pablo will put Vetus in the dirt.
Wow, quick reaction time. And now just like that, Eight Sins have a player advantage around A, with Pandaric still spread out, but getting aggressive through that smoke. Duxies is trying to see what they can find early on in this engage, but now backing off to play for retake as the cavalry arrives, and Duxies finds a kill through the smoke.
And that's going to bring it back to a 3v3, and all of a sudden things become a bit more manageable here as Pablo is tucked onto the site. Now shots ring out from back alley. It's Fox and Blitzer Girl to combine for 2. And who else but Blitzer Girl to wrap it up as well. She continues the domination out here on Bay 5.
As quick as Pandaric seemed to gain an advantage there in their retake, getting a couple of early kills, that advantage slipped through their fingers. Eight Sins, again, are so clinical post plants. It's unbelievable. I don't know how Pandaric's supposed to get back into that site once they've lost it. So 1-0. We were hoping to see Pandaric start quickly here, but unfortunately that is not the case. They drop round 1 and have to set up for this next one.
Unfortunately, you really can't afford to give up that back alley, and we see Svenis is here with Denny as well, so looking to get control of it this time. The hop across from Fox, and he still hits the headshot. Shots coming out, but Nemenos will help out and find the pick on this Svenis. Pandaric can't catch a break, and Eight Sins continues to dominate.
And now they're just playing with confidence. With Fox using movement like that and still getting kills, that shows you how Eight Sins is feeling at the moment. And Pandaric are just running back this last round where they don't have the numbers advantage. Eight Sins have full control of A. Gore will start us off here, but back alley actually finding Fox as well. So maybe we're not completely running it back. A bit of a shift going into round 2.
Back and forth. 3v3, much like in round 1 before Eight Sins took off once more. Gore into a good position. The spray through the wall a bit to the left, though. We'll pop the reload as we hear shots on the other side. It's Duxies to find one. Walker on the trade. Snorlax, Pablo, plant stripes in the kill feed. And now Pablo has been spotted running out of silver here back toward the back alley. Gore has an idea. Unfortunately, not sure what happened to Gore there. So don't know if his batteries and his controller died or what, but Eight Sins gonna grab that one.
Well, time was running out. Maybe they recognized that and just gave up. I'm not sure. Awkward moment though for Panderic. They got close to capping off that clutch there as they, I think it was a 3v5 at the very start, still fighting from behind, but close is good, but it doesn't get you the round win. It has to translate to rounds won here soon. Otherwise, 8sins are going to put Panderic in an early hole it's going to be difficult for them to dig out of.
Yeah, that looks like it might be the case here if Pandera can't find a way to stifle these pushes a bit here from 8sins. And after some aggressive pushes toward the A site, it does appear that they're going to slowly linger toward B this time. Gore and company are waiting, though. 2-3 is that defensive split here for Panderic, so potentially guessing correctly here.
Good read. This is what they need. I mean, they had a couple of them on bowl, but couldn't end up winning the duels. And Pablo has already started us off with first blood, but Fox from around a corner actually nearly got their head taken off through Khan, but is able to have that support from Pablo, who takes him out. Vedas tried to move in, but Fox moving all the way through B sites, calling it clear, and should be another round win for 8sins.
8sins continues to dominate. They're putting on a clinic here on Bay 5. And, we often talk about how all these teams should know this map, but it's funny how some of these map picks can really be one-sided for a team, almost as if they practice this one specific map relentlessly here. So paying off for 8sins at the moment. Denny in a tough position, has been spotted. Walker will be the cleanup crew here as well, and 8sins puts 3 on the board.
And Pablo and Fox already have 5 frags apiece, just 3 rounds in. They have stepped up big time, and I'm loving Fox's positioning around the map. They are the space taker for this 8sins team at the moment, especially on the attacking side, where they're playing back alley of A up on platform, moving towards that defender's spawn right there on B. They pushed all the way through after having that support from Pablo to take out the player in connector, made sure the full site was clear, even got a kill to clear it themselves. And 8sins, when you have that kind of tip of the spear for your attack, it's easy to take space. And here we go again. Fox is literally dodging bullets and finding first bloods where they really should be dying right off rip.
What does the Fox say? Today it's first blood. Svetis, the first to fall. Fox does go down amongst the chaos here. Nemenos looking to hold down the back alley, and we'll begin to pressure forward here. The device heading toward the A site as well. We do see one back toward Hangman there of the back alley. That's going to be Denny. As we take a look at him station through now, and Silver Walker just pressures in and finds Duxies with ease.
All right, there were some extra bullets sent to Duxie's body there as well, I think, by Walker. He's feeling good at the moment. 8sins have found a rhythm, but still, it's only a 3v2 now. Panderic are fighting a player down, but Snorlax and Gore moving in together. They need to react quickly on Walker, who knows they're coming, and at the very least, Gore's able to trade Snorlax and take out Blitzer Girl as well. That makes this a 1v1 with Pablo, and that blast pack is still on the back of Pablo.
I wonder if Gore maybe has some type of intel, because he seems to be prepared for this rotation coming in from Pablo. The jump across to the shots were close, but able to escape by the hair on his chinny chin. The device plant will go down, and we're right back to a 1v1.
Not even a scratch to bandage up for Pablo as well. That could have been important if just one bullet finds Pablo, forces them to heal up a little bit. But now playing under fuel here. Gore has the device in their sights, but they need Pablo next, playing Ring Around the Rosie with this fuel tank. It's a deadly game, but only for Gore here. Pablo clutches up and gives 8sins a 4th.
I'm kind of surprised he pushed that left side as well, kind of giving Pablo the right-hand peek versus the left-hand peek. And if he went around that right side, it would have been a little bit more feasible for him. But easier said than done, as we say. 8sins now gets 4 in a row. Panderic beginning to feel the weight of the pressure here on their shoulders, and they desperately need to find a few rounds here on the defensive half. But at the moment, not looking too good.
And that round, I think, was a litmus test for Panderic going forward. If they clutch into a 1v1 situation and execute in the late stages of a round, I'm not sure. If they keep losing early players to 8 Sins here, they're going to be able to find a way back at all, because I think all 4 rounds so far, 8 Sins have had first blood, and it's impossible to beat a top team if you're losing players this early, if you're Pandaric. So they've either got to change the momentum of this map or find a way to clutch up post-plant, because right now they don't have either.
And it's Blitzer Girl who finds the 2-piece to open up the round here as well. 8 Sins continues to find kills in bunches. Snorlax will eventually snuff out the flame that has been Blitzer Girl, but the damage has already been done.
Well, that's a nice pick, at least. A little bit of consolation prize for the early stages of round 5, but Snorlax moving in through connector now. Can they find? So far, it's just bullets sent their way. Walker downs Vedas off camera. And now Snorlax has a player in sights. Nimonas downed, but Pablo gets some revenge for their fallen teammate. And again, poor Denny. It's a 1v3.
Yeah, not the ideal situation to be in if you're Denny, and crazy spray coming out there from Pablo, or onto Pablo rather. I'm not sure if he was experiencing a little bit of connectivity issues. I thought he was running in place for a moment, but Walker will eventually find him, and 8 Sins continues to put rounds on the board. Unfortunately for Pandaric, they haven't even been able to find just one yet.
No, and it's been so difficult for them. It's just the same issues over and over again. You lose a player early, you're constantly fighting with 1 or 2 players down, and you can't clutch up for Pandaric. But 8 Sins are playing this so well at the moment. Their reads are effective, their entries are always present, and Pandaric don't have an answer for them at the moment on either side. Even late round when 8 Sins has to shift from A to B, like we've seen a couple of times now. The shift isn't met with much resistance. The bullets aren't connecting, and now patented Walker lineup. It is just a smoke, so it won't net any kills, but still, I love that we're cutting to him early, and he's always the one tossing Util out.
I'm still trying to figure out what's going on with this incredibly slow walk from the rest of the crew back there right now, as they slowly make their way toward the A site at the slowest speed here. That's Fox. And someone there right behind him. So there has been some space taken here by Pandaric, up a little bit closer here in this back alley as well. And so Fox going to use the cover of this nade here to pressure forward as well. And with that, looks to clear out the back alley. It does appear that the plant is going to be heading here, as Walker will find the first pick.
Another entry frag for 8 Sins, and they got the intel that everybody's going to be coming from main here, and that won't lead to very much for Pandaric, as the intel was stacked against them. The guns are as well. It's a 2v5. Let's see what they can do.
2v5. Gore's going to start it off with a nice shot onto Fox. They both have control of the back alley and potentially could swing together here, but 8 Sins is spread and looks to have complete control of this site at the moment. Only 30 seconds left, and Blitzer Girl is going to find the dome of Gore, all down to Snorlax.
Oh, this is horrific. 8 Sins, how do you break that crossfire? It's a 4-player crossfire in all corners of A. And when you just have 2 players left standing for Pandaric, I don't know how you get in with that. They're losing the early round, and 8 Sins are pressing that advantage so hard. 6-0, and we're getting close to talking about a flawless first half on Bay 5. This really is looking like 8 Sins map pick.
I mean, and everybody getting kills as well. They're playing a little counting game there. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 for Pablo, as they're all in line here. And for Pandaric, again, they've had a couple of nice, picks throughout the rounds, but they haven't been able to string it together as a cohesive unit here. And unfortunately, once they give up that A site, you nailed it. I mean, 8 Sins has perfect crossfire positioning.
I know. Here Fox goes again. Let's see how many they get. It's not a matter of if they're going to get an early kill here. It seems like a matter of how many are they going to get back alley. A lot of intel gained, and it's Nimonas actually finding the first 2. Messy spray there to follow up, but they get the job done. It's the element of surprise will do for you. And I was talking about Fox hyping them up when it was Nimonas who going to find a couple of big opening kills, gaining 8 Sins, again full control of A.
That's the nice thing about 8 Sins, is you could really pick any member on this squad here, and they all have that ability to have those pop-off moments here. Denny Lingering in toward the back alley, has been spotted. The step, the spray will connect to Fox and find the first one here. Pressing forward with that teammate. Has to be careful, though. Shots being exchanged in both directions here. And 8sins again looking to set it up as Nimonos is on an absolute tear this round.
Okay, Snorlax maybe could get one back now. They softened up an 8sins player, and Duxies will finish them off. Now again, bit of a crossfire setup with players lurking around every single corner. No box is safe here. 8sins have set up well again around A, and they've got 7 straight.
I mean, flawless. Could be a flawless first round half. Could be a flawless game in total if they keep this up. I mean, really just putting on an absolute clinic here.
They are exercising their might as a top team in HPL EU at the moment. I mean, 7 in a row on Bay 5. Bull got close at times. Panderic had some good rounds, but going into Bay 5, 8sins have stamped all of that out. This is miserable for Panderic, and it's not for lack of trying. They're not playing poorly. 8sins are just getting aggressive. They're winning their duels. Everybody's contributing, and that's a deadly force. And here Fox goes again.
Already tearing up. Duxies will at least find the trade here this time. Gore on a swivel here, just trying to be aware of the situation. But Nimonos and Walker continue to pick apart their teammates. And now it comes down to Gore and Svetis. Gore immediately taken out. Svetis will find a pick, but now on a 3v1 again, the situation just not ideal.
And they're smoking Con and the entrance to V. This is crazy. They still have util to spare now. And Svetas is in an impossible situation. You either have to push through a smoke, flank around, which wastes precious seconds, or I don't know what you do here. This feels next to impossible. And it looks like they're going to choose option A, push through the smoke, but Pablo's holding it. And that is number 8 for 8sins.
8 for 8sins. We're going to swap sides, and they have an opportunity to close this this out perfectly, which, I mean, would do absolute wonders for their round differential here as well.
No kidding. And in a format where round differential is so important, this is huge for them. I mean, a plus 5, I think, in map 1, a plus 6. To add 9 to that does wonders for them, especially going into that series against Oil Rig later. That's just shaping up that set, Hot Sauce, I think, even more right now, with 8sins looking as good as they are right now.
Yeah, I mean, they're just dominating here on Bay 5. If I'm playing against 8sins, I might be trying to stay away from Bay 5 if at all possible. But already quick pressure from Svetis this time toward that B site. Has one behind here as well. 3-1-1 is the defensive split setup. And Nimonos up over top finds one. Fox to help. We'll get a 2-piece of their own. And 8sins continues to bring the destruction here as they wrap it up flawlessly.
Oh man, 9-0. And I was reading Twitch chat there. I didn't get to watch that round happen because it wrapped up so quickly. I cannot believe Panderic wasn't able to put up really any fight there. They had a couple of maybe late clutches that got drawn out and close to victory for them. But when your bright spots on a map are the clutches that you almost converted on, that was a bad map for you.
Yeah, a tough start here to the day for Panderic, unfortunately, but a great one for 8sins. They got to be happy with all the rounds that they've put on board here. So a great job by them. Obviously, we saw Panderic come out and fight a little bit better in that first game, but you know, I think they're going to have to hit back to that VOD review and try to dissect where things went wrong, maybe things that they could approach a little bit differently to have a different outcome.
And now, if I'm decoded right now, I'm looking at the first opportunity for a top team to go down in HPL Season 3, and I'm like, oh boy, if that's what 8sins is doing to teams in the middle of the table, then what's Sicario about to try and do to us? But that's why I'm not decoded, because I'm sure they're not thinking that at all. You got to be confident going into a match that we've got going up on stream next, Hot Sauce, and I'm excited for this next set after 8sins got us out of the first one quite early.
Yeah, I mean, that game was pretty spicy. So, you know, I think it's time to start a giveaway. And why don't we just use exclamation point spicy? So exclamation point spicy in chat if you want a chance to win one of these wonderful arena codes here today. Again, huge shout out to Hunt Premier for giving everybody an opportunity in chat to win one of these arena keys. So Maybe you should get in there, Bepic.
All right.
Exclamation point spicy. I want to see. I want to see Bepic win a copy of Arena. I got one not too long ago. I've been in there myself. We got to get Mr. Bepic out there exchanging some bullets with us.
Hey, I've got the game. I need to hop back on and play some more. It has been a minute since I've played Arena, but exclamation point spicy. I think I was the first one in. Benefits of not having to listen to the stream on any kind of delay, I suppose. So they're all following my name, following my lead right there. But let's see who wins at Hot Sauce. I'm hyped.
Well, we'll give them plenty of time to exclamation point spicy and get in that. We do need to take a short break to get these players loaded into the lobby. A perfect time to grab those snacks or drinks, but don't go too far. When we come back, we've got more Tarkov Arena action.
Работаем.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to HPL EU season number 3. We are in day 4 of 5. We've got one exciting series done and dusted where we saw 8sins really put on a clinic. I think Sicario might do the same here against Dakota. It'll be up to Dakota to maybe throw a wrench in that mix and see if they can be the first team to upset Sicario.
Yeah, so far today, the top or two of the top three teams have been dominant. We got word from that oil rig set going on that they were able to handle TFG fairly dominantly, wasn't too close off stream there. And then obviously we saw the flawless Bay 5 that 8sins just pitched for us. But Sicario, even better than oil rig and 8sins, which feels unbelievable to say. But if that's what we've got so far in the final weekend of HPL Season 3 from the second and third place team, I have to imagine Sicario is locked in.
Yeah, I mean, they can really just separate themselves from the pack. That's what we saw in Season 2. I mean, there was really nobody even close to them in round differential, and it's already seems to be the case here heading into day 4 of 5. So they could really probably solidify that first place victory after today if they can continue to play in that dominating fashion that they have been. But we'll take a look at the head-to-head here between these two teams of Sicario versus Decoded. And I know Sicario is going to opt to go with Bull here first as their map pick, and I do believe Decoded has opted to go to Skybridge, excuse me.
And we talked about it. Maybe using Skybridge as a map to catch your opponents off guard more so than you would on a Bowl or a Bay 5. And so I'm interested to see how that second map goes. And I'm wondering what that means for this first map pick, with it being Sicario's choice to come to Bowl first. If they just have the ultimate strategies to make sure Decoded has no way to a direct W in this series. But we'll take a look at the rosters. Kiyoshima, Luki, Zaki, Furlex, and Goes are the main starters on the Sicario roster team that has been so dominant across the last couple of seasons. And then Entas as a sub for the roster, as Sicario come in bearing a lot of respect, I think.
A lot of respect, and they certainly always perform very well on Bowl. On the flip side of things for Dakota, they've opted to go with Skybridge. We talked about how that could be something to maybe give them a little bit of an upper hand, and I do love that Decoded logo as well. But their roster is going to include Ashtray, Pot, Fabu, Frost, Non-3 LTV, and Agurkus in their regular roster there, with Easy being that substitute player for them as well.
We'll see what they can do. I think coming into this series, a lot of the heavy expectations are on the Sicario shoulders to perform, and for Decoded, who coming into today are sitting at the bottom side of the table, haven't yet notched a win in a series so far. A couple of draws against your Panderics and your OFGs in the table. They definitely are heavy underdogs in the matchup against the top team in HPL EU Season 3. And so I'm curious how you play that as a very heavy underdog in a series like this.
Yeah, it's tough to be the underdog, but we all love a good underdog story if they can make it happen. Speaking of winners, though, shout out to Ken Soar in chat for the winner of that arena key. Make sure you reach out to one of the mods, or make sure you join that Discord as well. You can create a ticket right there in the Discord, and they'll get that key situated for you there. So, again, congratulations to Ken Soar, S-O-O-R. Make sure you reach out and claim that arena code key so you can get in the action yourself today.
I'm sad it wasn't me getting the giveaway win. I know I said I already had arena, but still, I was first to enter. Guess that didn't get me any weight here, so I'll have to grease the right palms next time, I suppose. But congrats to the giveaway winner. We are doing another one later on in the broadcast, and I'll try my best to win that one too. But I'm happy. I'm happy we're getting some more people into arena here.
Loved it. Love to see more people here. And Ken Soar is saying the reroll, so we might have to figure that out here in a few moments. But nonetheless, we'll work on that behind the scenes as we get ready here again for Sicario to take on Decoded. And honestly, I don't know what exactly Decoded's going to have to do to beat a team like Sicario. For Sicario, they seem to really minimize the mistakes. And if you're on the other side, if you're making any mistakes at all, they're a team that capitalizes on almost every single opportunity in front of them. They've continued to play flawless arena, and I'm pretty sure they're going to continue to do so throughout this weekend as well.
I mean, coming in tapping heads for Decoded is a way to get back in this thing for sure, and that's easier said than done. But we saw from Panderic in that first set where they would have player advantages, they would have good positions, but they just couldn't win those individual duels, and that does seem like one of the bigger differences between the top teams in HPL and the bottom teams in HPL at the moment is just finding those cleaner angles, those better timings, and being able to take good duels off the back of that. And for Decoded, if they can find a way into this series off the back of that, then maybe there is some space to be gained here against the best of the best in HPL.
Yeah, I mean, Sicario just really has it all. They've got Kiyoshima, who's been a juggernaut for a while. Luki, who put up 27 kills with 27 headshots in one of our previous events. Zaki loves running the Ash 12, which is one of the reasons I really like to watch Zaki. If it's not the Ash 12, it's often the MP7. So running guns that you don't typically see, but always excelling with that. Furlex, on that TRG, we talked about his ability to snipe at the beginning of the day. I wouldn't be surprised if we see that here again. Has been a menace, and then you throw Goes in the mix, and well, I mean, it's 5 top tier players, and that's why they continue to have such success here throughout all of these seasons that we've been so lucky enough to see them play.
And I think we do have another winner for the giveaway as well. As Ken Sword did say to re-rolls, they've already got the game. So congratulations to Corium Operator. That's a really cool name for winning the secondary giveaway here, I suppose. Corium Operator. So like Hotel said earlier, make sure you claim your new key. You can do it in the Discord server. Make sure you chat in Twitch chat as well. We'll get our people to your people for that key.
You can type in the Twitch chat, but we do strongly recommend you to join the Discord, create a ticket in there as well, and that's probably the easiest way to get that done. But again, congratulations to Corium Operator on their new Tarkov Arena key. And as Mr. Bepic said, we've got another key to give away here in just a little bit, so you're going to want to stick around for the action and for the giveaway as we get ready to see Sicario take on Decoded. And, you know, as much as I want to see this match happen, I'm still getting excited for that fort and that final match that we got coming up a little bit later against Oil Rig and 8 Sins.
I know. I mean, the start of the day, kind of the undercards for the matchup later are fun, and I'm looking forward to seeing if Decoded can put up a good fight against Sicario. But you show us that schedule, and you put 8 Sins and Oil Rig at the back end of it. It's hard not to look forward to that matchup later. Number 2 versus number 3. More than likely, the winner of that puts themselves in prime spot to grab second place behind Sicario, and that is so exciting. That's what this competition is all about. Is the top teams duking it out, showing off their stuff on a big stage under the bright lights. And so Oil Rig and 8 Sins, they got good warm-ups against TFG and Panderic, but that is the main matchup of the day.
You know, and it's tough because I always get super excited for the final day as well tomorrow, which the legendary Cracked Wisdom and Mr. Bepic will be bringing you all that action tomorrow. But I always get excited for it, and then it comes and it's over, and then I'm just sad that it's all done, and I've got to wait more months to get to, to the next HPL. So it's a little bit of a game of teetering with the emotions there, but certainly excited to see you guys bring all the action for us here tomorrow, guys, which is all the more reason to click that follow button down below. Make sure you're part of that notification gang. People are always like, how can I support? How can I help? I'm poor, I'm broke. That's my case. Well, that follow button is free. It's easy. You can share it, on the socials as well and help spread the word so we can continue to grow this community in the right direction.
Oh, yeah. Following Hunt Premier as well on Twitter is another great way of doing it. That's how I stay up to date with a lot of the arena stuff, all the standings updates, all the head-to-head updates. Good place to keep up with things. But do make sure you are supporting. That's what a growing esport needs, is fan support. We've already got a ton of it. Shout out to everyone watching right now in Twitch chat. But support all the ways you possibly can. And being here for those giveaways too. Just play in arena as well is another good way to get involved with the community, support the community, because we need everyone right now. Even though we've got a really great baseline, the community here, Hot Sauce, is so welcoming, so awesome.
Yeah, it's always a great time, which isn't always what you experience in a game like Tarkov. Like with many games, there's a lot of people out there that like to talk their crap, so to speak. But over here at Hunt Premier, You know, they've really grown a wonderful community, and everybody's always welcoming. It's always a great time here. It's nice to even read the chat while we're, you know, in action because everybody's just always having fun with it. So we certainly appreciate each and every one of you hanging out here today. Of course, we will be awarding one of you again with another arena key after our second series. And right now, we're just waiting to get these players loaded into the lobby so we can bring all that exciting action for you watching at home.
And a reminder, we are starting off on Bowl again, a rinse and repeat of map 1 in the last series that we ended up watching, although that map was chosen by Panderic. So it was the underdog team going to Bowl first, whereas here we're starting off on Sicario's map pick. So I'm wondering if we're just going straight into Sicario domination, or if Decoded here is going to have a chance to get some say-so on Bowl, because we saw the deeper playbooks coming out, some B rushes panning out for Pandaric. They just couldn't always win the duel, get the right timings to I think execute completely on those ideas. And for Decoded, I think the openings are going to be there if they've got that deep playbook. And so moving to Bowl, where that map offers you a lot of flexibility, especially as an attacking side, which Decoded is starting off on the attacking half as well. It's going to be fun to watch them develop that.
Yeah, I almost wish Decoded could have played Skybridge first, because I feel like if it's their map
Sure.
pick and they could have done really well on Skybridge, it's something that they can maybe carry some of that momentum out, you know, over toward Bowl. So the thing that worries me is that Sicario is just going to have their field day that they often do on Bowl, and then that momentum for them is going to spill over into Skybridge. But I feel like Sicario just plays well regardless of the map, with the likes of Kiyoshima kind of at the top of the front lines there. I'm sure that they've come in, you know, with strategies and game plans for every single map. So,
Yep.
you know, putting some of those CS skills to work over here in Tarkov.
I mean, definitely talking about Kiyoshima stepping into that role. Shout out Kirk for interviewing some of the players in the HPL scene, talking to Kiyoshima about switching into that IGL role as they got their feet underneath them. It's cool to see them making that transition. And I mean, so far so good. Sicario is pretty darn dominant now, and we are getting into Bowl finally here with Decoded on the attacking side. And look at that. Already, Sicario getting aggressive, pushing that envelope, though they are punished. It's a 1-for-1.
To find the 1-for-1 is a Gurkus. We'll drop in a flashbang toward jump up here, but for right now, Sicario just being patient. Shots ringing out in both directions here for the time being. Non-3 will toss a nade up toward jump up as well, and that's going to go dangerously close to go. It's going to force him out of position. Fabu able to collect the head, and with that, that'll open this site up just a bit. Has to be careful of the generator, but Fabu is on a tear and will find their second.
It's big. Decoded have a numbers advantage here and are holding a firm, though Sicario have a bit of a sandwich developing now, with Decoded in between. Zaki still on the same defensive half of the map, but Kiyoshima now left in a 1v4 is aggressive from behind, but Decoded should know about this. They're not giving them any fights, just waiting until they have to push towards sites, and then I'm sure cutting them down from there. But 1v4, a near impossible situation, and a Gurkus will finish things off.
Hey, I mean, this is what we want from Decoded, right? This is Sicario's map pick. They're on the attacking side, too, and they open up with a banger of a first round. Fabu finds a three-piece of their own, so if they can slowly build off the back of this round, one round at a time, they could potentially be the first team to upset Sicario, but it's too early to tell with just one round underway.
And I don't want to speak too soon, but it seems like we're getting into round 2 without any kind of disconnects now. So hopefully, unlike for Panderic, the underdog team that started off hot is able to string together some round wins. That is a marksman and a half. Ashtray pot downrange through generator will take out the first of Sicario.
Us was able to find one as well. Fabu will immediately be shut down here by Lukey, who will find their first. Get on the board here. Back to a 3v3. Health relatively equal here for all of these members. Frost will put some shots down toward that generator on the Ash 12 here, but Zaki is going to find non-3 on the other side of things, and with that, bring it right back to a 2v3. The upper hand right now favoring Sicario.
There's a much better hold now, and they saved a grenade as well. Lukey will toss it in here and won't find any real contact, but Still just letting Dakota know that Sicario very much present. Dakota should be cautious now. This is a tight angle that Zaki's holding behind Pillar. Just get the timing perfect, but still swings out, downs Frost, and Sicario have themselves a 3v1.
Uh, Sicario able to turn it around here in this second round after Dakota took that first one relatively decisively, but now it's all down to Ashtray, who's in a bit of a bind here. Device down in an awkward spot as well. Lukey just looking to be patient around Jin as we see Ashtray put a shot toward Jin, but we'll look to rotate back toward the lane side here as well. Only has about 20 seconds to work with as well. He's going to have to quicken the pace a bit.
And with that, they're going to run face first into a pair of Sicario players set up around A. The third is playing a more passive angle around the mid lane, and now running around Generator. They don't seem to know that they've got an opponent right there, but okay, Lukey couldn't finish off the fight, and so they keep running in, and I think they're just playing with their food, hot sauce. Sicario knew they had that one locked up.
Now they're able to tie it back up 1-1 and ensure that Dakota doesn't get an early runaway lead here, as it was Fabu who had a 3K in the first round, but was shut down really early in round number 2, which led to that Sicario victory here. So a little bit of back and forth is absolutely what we could hope for. And Zaki, who's often on that Ash 12, is the one with this TRG snipe here as well. So normally we see Furlex in that position, but maybe swapping up roles a bit here today.
Well, we are following Zaki's. They do position down range, looking to play the mid lane by A, but still nothing given just yet. Sicario playing more default position, kind of leaning towards A though. Kiyoshima's seeing what he can get before positioning back by the rat position we were talking about earlier, by that B ramp, but Dakota moving towards B for the first time this map. We'll see what they can get from it.
See if they can find something. They need to make sure that they keep the pressure on Sicario. Zaki with a snipe. Kiyoshima, excuse me, with a quick flick to the dome of Fabu. And with that, we do see a trade coming back, though. Agurkus and Non3 both finding picks of their own. Lukey waiting for that smoke to dissipate. Will spot the hands, and they'll combine for 2 here with Zaki. So after a little bit of trouble, able to reel it back in, they'll have that player advantage.
And we're talking about needing to press those advantages. Dakota had a 3v2 there momentarily, but do end up losing it to a quick couple of kills from Zaki and Lukey. But A site is open at the moment, and it seems like Nunnel knows that as they're moving back towards A and should get that plant down.
We'll get the plant down at a minimum here. We'll see if he can find a way to isolate some of these 1v1s. We can take a look at the mini map though, and you see in spawn there, Lukey just waiting, or excuse me, that's Zaki waiting for Lukey to catch up so they can make this swing together. They still have about 35 seconds to work with, so plenty of time here. They just have to make sure they find the trade at a minimum.
No utility for Nunnel, so they'll need to take out both players at a time, and they lined up for a moment. Actually, Nunnel's able to isolate both duels, using that pillar to perfection, found a quick head, and then swung around the other way before Sicario could even react.
I mean, a huge 3K round this time for Non3. It was Fabu in the first one. It's Non3 this time, and Dakota will be back up on top here. So maybe something that wasn't quite expected, but something that we certainly absolutely love to see. We talked about how we're fans of the underdogs, and Dakota's certainly a big underdog here in this matchup.
Hey, they got a lead though, and for underdogs, that's a good sign going forward. Plus, they played that late round quite well, just taking the space that was given to them after the play at B didn't work out. It's all good. Nunnel rotates towards A and then wins that 1v2 to perfection. Obviously, Dakota can't rely on clutches getting them round wins all throughout this map. They need to press advantages they gain early on in the round and just close out Sicario before Sicario gets a chance. But that's the benefit of playing Arena. There's not really an economy to worry about. So if you're going late round, sacrificing a lot of players, as long as you get the wins, you're all good.
Ashtray finds a dirty snipe as Lukey will rain down the V40, finds Frost, picks up Fabu as well, but Ashtray able to trade back with the snipe. Up top, there's Argukus on that Ash 12. Can be devastating. You can just hear it from across the map as well. We'll continue to put some bullets downfield. Back to a 2v2 we go. Dakota has an opportunity to extend the lead here by 2 and give themselves a bit of a cushion, and Again, shout out to production for always keeping us up to date. I do apologize to Non3. It's not Non3, it's Nonal. So I'll make sure to get that right from here on out.
Zaki's a bit chewed up at the moment, so advantage decoded, but Kiyoshima from the back lines will take that advantage away. Ashtray Pot caught from behind, and onside, this is an awkward spot for Agurkis. Runs right into the barrel of Zaki, and that'll be an easy second round win for Sicario.
Back and forth we go. I like this early competitiveness being showed here by Dakota. And again, I feel like this is a little more of a defensive-sided map that we've seen in the history. Obviously, it does change from team to team. Certain teams are just maybe a little bit more aggressive or better at executing. But the fact that they're able to get two already on the attacking side really speaks volumes for them. So hopefully they can continue with some of this momentum forward. And I mean, I wouldn't even mind if we saw a little overtime here today.
That would be huge to bring Sicario to overtime, especially on their map pick. That would be massively entertaining and just big for the confidence of Decoded. So 2-2 now, and Sicario getting aggressive through B, pushing past Van, and wow, they are finding a ton of room to work with. So that should be information that this is more than likely, at the very least, early A pressure from Decoded. We'll see if it ends up being an A hit completely.
Nades will ring out here early, but none hit the mark just yet. Goes being patient, waiting for this push to come toward that med side here. He's hanging out near curtain at the moment. We see a lot of action heading toward Jim, but it's Furlex to find the first pick on Donano here, and with that would look to rotate around. Shots coming out on the back, but we'll back off the flank here a bit. The pressure's still heading toward the A side.
Unlucky. Luki tosses a nade there, doesn't find contact, and they'll move in off the back of that, taking some control of Generator, but they're losing teammates left and right. It's back to an even 3v3, though. Luki finds a couple of fights, so they can't finish the job. Ashtray Pot gets a big win, and Decoded again have a player advantage.
Erlex back on this snipe here. Has an opportunity for a nice shot. Tries to get it off that peak to the pre-fire, but doesn't connect here just yet. A shot down below that doesn't connect here as well, and stuck in a bit of a tough spot here, but there is a big flank coming in potentially. Looks like they're just going to be patient for the time being. This smoke is beautiful, though. Now they just got to wait for it to plume a bit, and with that, Furlex is going to have to rotate off.
Oh, yeah, and that is the A site completely open for Decoded, but are they ready for the backstab again? This has happened pretty much every round. Well, okay, they weren't ready for the front stab either, apparently. Ashtray Pot is down there up top, and that leaves Fabu in a 1v2. Decoded again need to clutch to get a round win, and we're going to get an engage here soon. Kiyoshima around the corner ends things and puts Sicario back out front.
And Kiyoshima having the right-hand peak there, which just benefits a little bit. Obviously, you can shoulder swap, and it does help a little bit on those left-angle peaks, but it's still not quite as good as those right-hand peaks. Kiyoshima, great crosshair placement, able to come away with a two-piece as well as Furlex that round. And Sicario, after being down early, has found a way to get back up on top here through the first 5 rounds.
Just good finishing at the moment. They're using the space gained through the B site to pincer Decoded around A if Decoded decides to play too patiently there on the attacking side, and that puts so much pressure on an offense to move quickly, make hasty decisions. And here we go again, Sicario moving through apartments, moving through Van, and they're taking a lot of space towards B. Decoded is going to have to do something about this at some point soon, because again, it's a backwards flank for Sicario, and I want to see if anyone's watching this. Okay, Nunnel was watching it, but Furlex still finds the kill.
Yeah, unfortunately, not able to find the pick off the walk. They'll continue, though. Luki does get one more. Frost Kiyoshima for a two-piece here as well. And just like that, another near flawless round for Sicario. So they stumbled a little bit early. They found their stride, and it doesn't look like they're looking back anytime soon.
Cleaned up like it was nothing right there. And like I said, I could have to do something about that B site problem soon. I think now is the better command for them at the moment, because Sicario are backstabbing them every single round, just putting someone by B to make a play by stairs or by the tower lane, anything, any kind of pressure to prevent Sicario from gaining all of that space. And you're going to make your lives so much easier. And hey, that's a good start. Zaki's already downed a ways away. Ashtray Pot using that sniper rifle to great success.
I mean, 8 kills already on the board here. Current kill leader from Ashtray as Furlex tries for the drop down. The spray nearly connects. Ashtray, though, unfortunately, not sure if they were caught in a reload, but something happened there. They're not able to find the pick, and Furlex will come away with a big one. The player advantage remaining in favor of Sicario, and the flick of the wrist, baby, right to the dome will give him a free 6 feet dirt nap as Kiyoshima will continue the domination.
This is the kind of stylish round for Sicario that cements their legacy as the top team in HPL right now. I mean, the drop down kill from Furlex, they just drop in the face of Decoded right there. It's something out of a cartoon. And the spray is a little bit messy, but they get the kill. And that's what people remember at the end of the day. That's crazy from Sicario. And then they clean up the round elsewhere with just clinical dueling. But 5-2, it was looking so good for Decoded. They're there for a second hot sauce, but Sicario now have found their footing on Bull, and now it's really starting to look like their map pick.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Sicario is just consistently always playing well. So if you have any minor mistakes, we talked about that earlier, they're going to continue to capitalize, and capitalize they do. Decoded steps out into the firing squad, and Sicario continues to come away the victor. Now in a 5v2, dancing around ambulance. Fabu will at least find Furlex. Ashtray gets one as well, and Decoded looking to reel it back in.
Well, they need to. You can't talk about stopping Sicario from gaining space through B if you're not stopping them from pushing up A. I mean, that is a full main push from the Sicario defense to break open this round against Decoded here. And I mean, Fabu's in a 1v3 that they could manage to get out of, but again, it's Decoded having to win rounds with clutches, and that is a difficult ask. Though, if Goes with aggressive here, they're going to find a bunch of bullets in their face, and seems like they're playing off this angle, and they will play the smart way here, using their teammates.
I gotta make sure to stick with the teammates so they can be traded out at a bare minimum. Currently sitting on jump up here near top med and just waiting for this pressure to happen. That's the nice thing about being on defense. You can really lock it down. You can force the opponents to step into your crosshair placement. And so we see Fabu slowly crab walking forward here as he looks to clear Shark, and still has a tough task in front of him here, 3v1.
I think it still goes holding this angle just right around hop up area, and as soon as Fabu turns his corner, it's a duel, and Goes does end up coming out on top. Patience almost always wins you the race. 6 for Sicario in the first half of their map pick, and switching sides, let's see how they decide to attack, because they have got a lot of cushion here to work with the 4-round advantage.
Yeah, that makes me think. So when people call me a rat, I can just say I'm being patient, you know? I'm just being, patience is a virtue, and I'm just practicing that here at the moment. But Sicario, again, I mean, I thought we were going to have a close game with the way Decoded opened things up, but Sicario now in stride, 6-2, a great start for them, and just a few away from closing this out. They continue to pad that round differential. They've 2-0'd everybody they've come across here in Season 3 as well, and it looks like they look to continue that theme here today as well.
And Hot Sauce, I think I got bad news for you. In order for that to be the case, where you're being called patient instead of a rat, you got to be on one of the best teams in the world right now in Tarkov Arena. I'm afraid you are still a rat.
I prefer it, baby. I love being a rat. Oh, early pressure this time from Decoded, though. Maybe looking to do exactly what Sicario did to them on this big flank here, but Sicario has kept one lurking. Kiyoshima's going to find Ashtray, who's been the raid boss for Decoded, and Argurkus killing a teammate. Does get Lukey eventually, but those team kills can come back to haunt you.
That was a great flank. I mean, I think it was Fabu coming in to help Agurkus right there, who was in a terrible spot as Sicario was swarming B, and Agurkus responds with, instead of a thank you, it's bullets to the face of their teammates. And I think that kind of sums up that first round of the defensive side for Decoded. I like the play, I like the aggression, but the gun play was not on their side.
It was meant to be a love tap, not a death tap, but unfortunately it happens sometimes, and now we see Sicario just one away from match point, giving themselves plenty of opportunities to close it out. I mean, Ashtray Pod has had one hell of a game here. They've got 9 kills on the board, but Furlex, the first to 10, Kiyoshima one behind, and the whole crew for Sicario seems to be firing on all cylinders.
And now Dakota, I'm watching them again, see if they get aggressive through A main once more, and then find some utility and some bullets as well. Lucky with a double kill here. Ashtray Pot will answer back, but it's just the one. A side is going to belong to Sicario, and more than likely an 8th round win as they've taken out Nonal as well, and this is rough at the moment for Dakota.
Our Gurkus was over there at B alone. He said, I'm going to make sure I'm not going to TK this round. I'm the last alive, so nobody's safe on the other side of the crosshair at this point. Agurkus rotating around, just 30 seconds on the clock to not only find 4 picks, but get the defusal as well. And we can see Goes back there in that prone position, makes things a bit tough. We'll be able to find the headshot here onto Agurkus. And with that, Sicario will be looking at an early match point.
Early competitiveness from Decoded, just like Panderic in our first visit to Bowl today. Hot Sauce has been stamped out by the team fighting at the top of the HPL table. Sicario have rattled off, what now, 6 in a row? It was 2-2. Actually, no, it was 2-1 at one point. That's 7 in a row for Sicario here, as they have exercised their might and are looking to add heftily to that plus 50 round differential that they've already got.
Putting the sick in Sicario. They're certainly sick with it. 1 round away from clutching it up. Agurkus is being patient here with the Ash 12 in hand. It does look like a lot of the action heading toward the B site. Furlex on the peak with a sniper. Continues to put him down. This guy's a menace with that new TRG. Lukey will find a 2K of their own. And now almost another flawless round here as they just got to get through Ashtray.
Why is Lukey in the defensive spawn? What? How did Dakota let Sicario gain that much space on Bull? That is crazy. And now Ashtray Pot's left to pick up the pieces. 5 players, full health left to deal with, and a sniper rifle to deal with them. This is next to impossible at the moment. They got intel. They know where everyone is. Sicario's not being shy about that, but connecting bullet to those players is a whole other thing. Kiyoshima caps off a dominant Bull performance for Sicario. 9-2 is the final.
I mean, Furlex has 12, Lukey has 11, Kiyoshima with 10, and the rest of the crew with 8. It just goes to show you how well this team came prepared, and they continue to execute near flawlessly week in and week out, season in and season out, as they look to get the repeat championship here again. But a phenomenal performance to open things up for Sicario. We are going to get ahead towards Skybridge, which is Dakota's map pick. So hopefully they've got a couple little extra little rabbits to pull out of the hat here and see if maybe they can take a game away from Sicario.
We'll see. I don't know if I've got many answers for Dakota at the moment. I'm not that big a brain. They need to step up and really think about what happened there on Bull, as Sicario were tested early on, but they just kept staying aggressive. They stuck to their guns. They would push in powerful flanking positions. They would take space early on, and that was just kind of bullying on Bull right there. They knew they would win early duels. Dakota tried to stop them, especially around B, and with that gained space and made the attacking half awful for Dakota right there, at least on the backside of it. As Dakota did well to get those first 2 rounds won, showed some good clutch potential, but on Skybridge they really need to step up here because Sicario looked like the best team in HPL, which I don't think we had any questions about coming into this Hot Sauce. It was more like, can Dakota keep up with the best of the best?
Yeah, I mean, Sicario, they're living life in the fast lane, honestly. They're an incredibly aggressive team. It doesn't matter if they're on defense or offense. They're very, very aggressive. They are very pushy. We saw some big flanks come in quickly. I mean, even you were asking, how is he already in the defensive spawn, even on the attacking side? They're a very fast-paced team, and I think for a lot of these teams, they don't quite know how to deal with that aggression just yet. So that's where some of that utility can come into play as well. Certainly can be beneficial there, but yeah, I think Sicario right now has all the pieces to the puzzle.
And Dakota are the team that's going to have an answer for all of those pieces of the puzzle being in Sicario's possession already. And a reminder as well that Ancestral and Panderic are playing right now off stream. Actually a big one for middle of the table competition, Hot Sauce. Panderic trying to recover from their round 1 loss today against 8 Sins, with a team that is definitely within their wheelhouse, I think, to beat. So they're playing Fort and Skybridge. So I love that it's not just a bowl Bay 5 matchup, as we've seen a good bit of this season. But we'll keep you all updated on what does happen over there.
Yeah, unfortunately, before today, Panderic was only -2 on round differential against Ancestral. Now, obviously, that changed a little bit after their first game, but Ancestral is just one place above them, so they have an opportunity to gain a ton of ground if they can beat Ancestral decisively there. So we'll have to wait and see how exactly that one plays out as we get ready to get loaded into Skybridge here. But again, Decoded, I think even though it is their map pick, they're going to have their hands full, even if it is Skybridge.
I mean, you have to make sure. So they're starting off on. Actually, I've lost it. Do we know which side they are starting off on? Okay, Dakota's attacking side first. So they can set the pace a little bit. So I'm wondering if it is still more of an A-heavy attacking side for them. Similar to Bull, a much stronger site, much easier site. That seems like the wrong word play in Sicario, but easier site to take, I suppose, in A. And so I'm wondering if they do try to mix it up, this being their map pick, if they've got strategies to hit B more effectively. But with the sniper duel being as illustrious as it was on Bull, that does open the door for the long lanes of B to be a sniper's paradise.
Yeah, it's like we're watching Enemy at the Gates all over again, and Vasily Zetstev needs to hit those shots. But yeah, I think A is an easier site to push. The utility there, the smoke down the lanes, it's easier to block off those sight lines. So I wouldn't be surprised, though, if we see very fast, aggressive flanks from Sicario on defense. We've seen it before that you can press all the way up B and get some big flanks coming in when they are pressuring that A site. So it's something that you have to be aware of on that attacking side, even if you choose not to go to the B site. You need to have at least one member kind of lurking about and waiting for that flank or that rotation to come into play.
We saw that on Bull. I mean, if Dakota wasn't ready for it on Bull, I'm a little bit concerned right now. But I think it comes down to Sicario and how on defense they want to push that. How quickly they feel confident pushing through B and gaining those flank positions again. But we will see once we do get into it as well. But a reminder for those of you that don't know how things work around here, we're doing a giveaway at the end of this map for another arena key. So make sure you do stick around. Have audio on as well, because Hot Sauce decides the key word that you use to get in the giveaway. So you better be listening to his beautiful. Yeah, you decided it earlier. I'm putting that pressure on you going forward.
Man, I was gonna let you choose the next one. My parents always taught me to share. I have siblings, so it's like we're supposed to share over here. So, but we'll have to wait and see. We'll see if we can maybe force Bepic to pick the next one. We'll twist his arm a little bit when we're off camera here. But nonetheless, he is right. We will have at least one more arena key to give away to you again, courtesy to Hunt Premier. Huge shout out to them for continuously doing great things here with the community, as well as Battle State Games always stepping up and showing out for us. So we certainly appreciate each and every one of them, as well as you guys hanging out and chat with us. We love to see all the fun, friendly banter and the hype in chat. So keep it coming, chat. We love you.
I know we had a hype train too going there while that first map was going on. So shout out to the Twitch chat support of Hunt Premier. This is why we love our community here. It's such great people, and I'm noticing a channel point prediction as well. I'm really reading chat right now. We've got already 20k channel points on Sicario to win the game. We got a channel point gremlin as well. Someone's put 90 points on Dakota, trying to really scoop up if Dakota pull off an upset right here and force the draw. But that's a lot of faith from Twitch chat and Sicaria, I think, for good reason.
Yeah, I think for good reason as well. I better spend a couple points for Decoded, maybe just to help him out a little bit here.
You're the gremlin too.
There's one thing. There's a couple things I'm good at. One's being wrong, and then the one bad thing I'm at is gambling. So I'm really putting myself at a disadvantage here. But that's okay. We'll take the gamble. Nonetheless, I do expect Sicario to close this out. But because it is Decoded's map pick, I'm hoping that this series will be a little bit closer.
And I'm going to stick with the Twitch chat analysis real quick, because Ashtray Pot just jumped in Twitch chat, and Sicario Esports took that opportunity to ask them to chill with the sniper shots. So we've got some metagaming going on right now with the Sicario Twitch channel account asking Ashtray Pot to chill out. And really, that was one of the brightest spots, I think, for for Dakota on Bull because Ashtray was so good downrange. Saw them take out, I think it was Zaki who was holding the sniper for Sicario that first map. And downrange, Ashtray Pot was keeping up in that sniper duel.
Yeah, he was certainly top fragging over there for Decoded. So hopefully they can do the same thing here in Skybridge. You mentioned there are definitely a lot of long sight lines here at Skybridge, so you can pop off with that snipe. And that's one thing that we'll look to see here from Ashtray. We saw Fabu popping off early as well. They opened up with a triple kill to get
Yeah.
that first round win in the bag. So now we just need that whole team to put it together. It's on their map pick, so you have to feel like they've been running some strats on Skybridge. So I think with all of that sprinkled in, hopefully they can take a map away here from Sicario. But again, we haven't seen a team do it yet, and Decoded being at the bottom of the list right now certainly is probably one of their toughest matchups of Season 3.
I mean, to be finishing up your weekend in HPL with Sicario on the docket is already tough for Dakota. They've got TFG as well on the docket. I think that one is tomorrow. But so there's chances for Dakota to jump up in the table a little bit here at the end, but more than likely you're staring at a potential winless run in HPL. That doesn't sit well with anyone. I mean, Pandaric was the winless team in HPL Season 2. They came back for Season 3 with a vengeance, looking pretty decent right now in the fifth place spot in the table. And so for Decoded, finishing strong is important because TFG is a manageable matchup for them, and if they can perform well against Sicario going into a bit of an easier opponent for your last series of HPL, that's it's like taking the weight off the bat a little bit. It swings a little easier.
That's right. And we'll see if they can do that. I mean, that's a great analogy, but against Sicario, it's going to be a tough battle. And then as we mentioned earlier, we'll get to see Oil Rig taking on 8 Sins here to wrap up the day. So I'm really looking forward to that one as well. But Decoded on Skybridge, they've got an opportunity to upset Sicario. Nobody's been able to do it yet, and they continue this flawless run. So I imagine they're wanting to do a bit of the same as we get ready here for Skybridge.
They need to go on a run here. I think you're right. An early start is so key for them, especially on the attacking side, to get that early advantage, press the issue, make Sicario sweat a little bit in defense, put more pressure on their executes when we do swap sides. And it looks like we are getting into Skybridge finally here. So let's see what Dakota can do. I think that's the big story coming into this is can Decoded stay competitive with Sicario on Dakota's map pick?
Yeah, we saw Sicario get 7+ rounds in a row, and it's already Furlex back onto the snipe, doing Furlex things. The Jiggle Peak, Lukey gonna find a 2-piece of their own. The device has been spotted, and Lukey, the triple already. We were hoping Decoded could come out swinging, but it's Sicario who's allowing this momentum to spill over from game number 1, and the confidence is just being exuberated out here on the battlefield by Sicario.
And now we're getting some early answers, perhaps, to the questions we were asking, with Decoded falling very flat in their first A hit. I mean, it was just a simple A rush. They move through main and long. It's a split push, but Sicario dealt with them so quickly. You blink and you miss that round 1.
Oh, they've been very fast. We said it earlier, living life in that fast lane. They take this first round very quickly, and with that, Decoded is maybe opt to look to go toward that B site this time. So they're going to be working off from the Heaven Stairs here, maybe toward Dark Gates as they pressure toward the point. Fabu was already able to find a pick, so we'll see if they can get that plant down over here.
Oh, not quite. Furlex is present on both sides. Sicario has moved back towards B. There's another one, Decoded. They thought they could mix things up here, maybe catch Sicario off guard, but it is quite the opposite. That flashback will go down. So Gurkus has a little bit of agency here, though Furlex caps things off with, I think, a 3K right there. The kills were raining in.
Yeah, I mean, this is why I was confused in the first half of the last map when Furlex didn't have the sniper. I was like, what is Furlex doing? He's always on the sniper, and this is why. The guy continues to hit the shots there, and I love the little friendly action at the end there. He said, you looking at me? You looking at me?
That guy was looking everywhere, is where he was looking. Neck on a swivel here, which makes sense considering that's how Sicario have looked so far, covering all angles, quick to react when Dakota do catch them off guard, quick to swing, and it's 2-0 very quickly for Sicario. One site per round. We started with A, moved towards B. Dakota have had no luck on either site, and now Sicario's back to stacking A, and they've got a read on Dakota right now.
Yeah, I mean, they've got him almost pinpointed here to perfection, and Furlex up top. A rare theme here. We don't see Furlex miss too often. He says, I don't miss twice in a row ever. We'll find a Gurkha's Frost Ashtray trading back. And that snapshot from Furlex, he finds the third, and my man is absolutely on fire.
So were we just giving Zachy the sniper rifle on Bull just to give Dakota an opportunity to get into this? Because Furlex is indomitable so far. I'm with you now. I did not know that they were this good on the long-range rifle. Definitely the marksman of Sicario. They're popping off, but goes from behind, looking to close things out. Has Kiyoshima to help take down Ashtray Pot, who doesn't have a whole lot of HP here to work with. They're bleeding out in the side room, and this is not going to be an easy take.
We see Goes just trying to bait out a shot so Kiyoshima can pressure in, but Ashtray finds the first one, and now Goes. Really, time not on their side at the moment here.
Ooh.
Looking to pressure forward, has to be careful here. Ashtray, we talked about that sniper battle. He's the one to put Furlex down as well. Now Goes the ring around the rosy once more, and this is perfectly played here by Ashtray. Just buying up so much time. Now the defusal coming in. Is Ashtray able to get around there in time? He does.
Okay. Got close, but Ashtray knew exactly how much time they had to stop that defuse. Well done. Some professional ring around the rosy for sure right there. They were literally running around like it's a game of duck, duck, goose. That was pretty comical to watch. But what's not funny is Dakota is finally on the board. Hot sauce. Maybe this is their ticket back in.
Ashtray, 4 huge picks there as well. That's going to hopefully put them in that right direction here. Ashtray was the only one to be able to stop Furlex and then went on a tear to win the round. So since it worked last time, it looks like they're going to opt to try and do the same thing here. Furlex taking up a lot of space this time, though.
Okay, holding that same angle. They were popping off on a second to go, and they're so quick to react. This dry swinging is just leading to Decoded falling. Just bullet after bullet from Furlex's gun, and Lukey will get one on the board as well, but already Decoded have lost a couple of players early on here, playing at a disadvantage. Furlex will look to continue that same angle here, holding this same box in the middle of A. Zachy's got a couple now, and this is looking rough.
Zachy's got the snipe too, baby. He's got the TRG himself, and now they're having to deal with 2 of these marksmen on defense. It is not a fun thing to deal with, and other than Zachy and Furlex sniping, you still got the rest of the crew who have also equally been menaces here, from Kiyoshima to Goes to Lukey. So not I don't idolize Decoded here in this match.
No, they've had a rough go of it to start here. Ashtray Pot looks good, which is what you want from your IGL. 4 frags leading the charge, and was the biggest proponent of that 1-round win that Dakota did get, but it is just the one. We'll go back towards A. We saw Dakota move towards the B site that second round, but outside of that, they've got no preference to move towards B site, even though A is locked down for business. Lukey's got a big 2K, and they're joining Furlex at the top of the board.
I mean, Sicario is one of those teams that's comfortable on any map. They've got strategies for every map, and it shows again here. A flawless round for Sicario. And, you know, if you ever wonder why their round differential lead is so big, all you got to do is just tune in for one of these games, and you'll see why.
I mean, 9-2 map 1, and we're kind of hurtling towards a similar scoreline here on Skybridge. Yeah, they are on a tear at the moment. They just go on runs against their opponents, and here against Dakota, I think they closed out with 7 straight on Bull, no, 8 straight on Bull, as they were down 2-1, and then after that turned things right around, and now against Dakota, a little back and forth at the start, but Sicario back on a tear, moving back towards B, and already a player lost for Dakota.
Oh,
Ooh.
eventually, Furlex will be taken down. So the raid boss gets put in the dirt. It's Frost to Gurkus. Frost
Ooh.
will find a second here as well. And Dakota, it says they are trying to awaken this beast within and have an opportunity to cut the lead in half here. They've got the player advantage and they need to use it to their best. But unfortunately, Zacky's going to nullify Ashtray and right back to a 2v2 we go.
Oh, and they know where Sicario's coming from as well. As Sicario had moved around, as they typically do in a flanking position, moving from the attacker's side into B. But now that they've gotten a little bit of space onto site, can Decoded close this out with a couple of duels won? The health advantage is on Sicario's side, but Agurkus pinned a little bit. Will join Frost in the middle of sight now. And taken out from behind, caught in no man's land. Sicario will move in, will advance towards the device, so they're aiming to end this with a kill. Frost almost got Zaki downrange, but misses their shots, and that's pivotal.
Unfortunately, Gurkus got shot in the back trying to pick up the device there, and Frost has no idea that Lukey is stationed up on the stairs, not aware, and well, Lukey just didn't care. Finds an easy kill. 11 on the board for Lukey, 10 for Furlex, and Sicario continues to assert their dominance.
Dakota had the right ideas at the start of that round. They gained early advantages. They cleared sight. They knew where Sicario's last two players were coming from, but they didn't play the end of that fight perfectly. They didn't realize that Sicario hadn't advanced all the way into B site. And with that lack of knowledge, Sicario take advantage of Decoded and shoot a couple players in the back. The easiest way to end a clutch like that. So 5-1 Sicario. They were tested there in round 6, but they still get the job done, and Furlex is back doing Furlex things.
Ashtray had success in VIP, but not this time. Furlex was waiting. Agurkus and Fabu, though, will combine for 2 to look to bring it back to a 3v3. And so having a little more success toward the A site this time. Still being slow and methodical on the push. You take a look at the mini-map, though, and there is a big lurking flank coming into play here.
Oh boy, not again. I'm sure Decoded are going to be thinking after this backstab hits and goes, hits some hard. Nonal there is taken out from behind, and Favu is left in the center of a 1v3 that, again, is just impossible for Decoded to get out of. Sicario notched their 6th, and this is a dominant defensive side on Skybridge.
Yeah, just a tough position. We saw goes on that flank, and once that plant goes down, they lose that extra member. So we saw him just trying to push through the smoke to get away from that flank. Unfortunately, you push right into the other 2 members. So not a ton for Dakota to do there, unfortunately. And Sicario now, again, a dominant lead here is just about a round away from swatching. I'll eventually find that word, but from swapping sides here is Sicario again, maybe looking to close it out 9-1, 9-2 again. They just pad these round differentials on.
Look, I mean, if Sicario are going to make the end of this map as kind of dominant and a little uninteresting as they have been the last couple of rounds, then we can invent new words if you like, Hot Sauce. We got time for it. So it's up to Decoded to break us out of that trance and really put the pedal to the metal here at the end, see if they can't grab something in the last round of their half. And goes starting us off with a kill, getting aggressive. They were the closer a couple of rounds ago. Now opening for Sicario on the defensive side. They'll do whatever it takes to win rounds here.
Stepping out on the hip fire, doesn't quite connect here as well. The cat and mouse, but it's not all to find goes as Lukey will get Fabu here as well. Furlex still downwind on that snipe. Lukey continues to pressure forward and find these picks, though, and now trying to deal with Lukey. The jump shot doesn't connect for Ashtray, and Sicario will have a dominating first half.
Like shooting a bird out of the sky right there. You don't see that too often. A player flying in to gain some space. And with that, Sicario have themselves an easy cleanup. I mean, Lukey's got 15 kills in just 8 rounds. They're almost averaging 2 per round here. It's that dominant for Sicario, and it's not a one-man show either. This is a full team effort to lock Decoded out of sights, shut down the post plants. It's easy going for the top dogs right now.
Yeah, and that's a very great point as well. It's 5 different players that are capable all of their own one-man show on the single squad here, and just continue to pop off. Lukey, 15 kills on board. Furlex with that snipe has 11 already, and Zaki, who we typically see on that Ash 12 or the MP7, has been rocking that snipe here as well. And I think having to deal with 2 of those one-hitter quitters has just been a bit of a hot mess here for Dakota.
especially if Sicario are aiming as well as they are. I mean, Dakota need to find a way to swing in with a little bit more coverage if they're constantly going to be going up against 2 sniper rifles. But hey, they've swapped sides now. Let's see what they can do defensively as their top fragger falls. Sicario seem to be closing in around that A site, and Frost will get one back, so it is a 3v4, which is manageable for Dakota, but they have to keep going.
Kiyoshima on the Ash 12 able to find one as Nano will get a second pick of their own, but unfortunately the card's stacked against him here as Kiyoshima finds Fabu. Nano looking to lurk through this smoke here, has an opportunity, but Luki spots him on the other side. A quick flick of the wrist will find the headshot, and with that, Sicario again just already at match point here.
That felt like a microcosm of the entire map. Just Dakota's been smoked off of any opportunities to get back in this thing. Anytime they shift towards B, Sicario have a good read or a good closeout play. Anytime Dakota are looking for a quick A hit, Sicario had rifles on their defensive side ready to lock them down. Furlex was popping off. We saw good closeouts from Goes, and now here, Sicario, let's see what the play is. See if they decide to take a B hit as their method of closing out Skybridge, or if they're just going to do it slow and steady, as Saki finds a kill early on in VIP.
I mean, finding that kill in VIP could cause an early rotation here from Dakota. They've only got one member on B as well. Zaki continues to pick them apart on the A side, all the while the device heading toward B as Fabu eventually will snuff out the flame that has been Furlex, but Sicario looking to close it out here as well. Fabu in a tough position. Zaki dangerously low on health. They look to pressure forward as Ashtray finds a nice nade kill here to bring it back on the device planner.
Okay, that's great for Dakota because this wasn't even an A hit, but Sicario had control of A site first before they moved the pack towards B, where Dakota have shut them out. Luki's in a tough spot here as this smoke does fade. They're going to catch a face full of Fabu, but Fabu repositions now and will heal up a little bit, but they're caught with their gun by their side. Luki's given a free kill. That's a much more manageable late round play now for Sicario, but Ashtray, Potts, and Nonal will get one back, and they close things out. It's Ashtray again clutching up late.
Crazy snipe shots here from Ashtray. They've got 6 on the board here as they find 2 in that round. So Dakota looks to slowly work their way back in, but as far as trudging through the trenches goes, I don't know. Sicario, I feel like, is going to be able to win at least one of these next 6 rounds.
More than likely, the odds are stacked against Dakota here. I mean, that one seemed like it was Sicario's round for the taking, but Dakota did step up. That Ashtray nade as they rotated into B was huge, dropping the pack and leaving Luki alone without any more trade potential for Sicario. That really swayed the 10th round in Dakota's favor, but now it's back to an ever so simple A hit. Sicario's got numbers, and Dakota have read this well. 4 players here playing a little bit back as Donald decides to move in and goes downs him.
And Nonal, the first to go down. Sicario looking to play off the player advantage here and solidify their second dub on the day as we see Furlex rotating around, being cautious of that flank as well, but it's not coming in just yet. 1 on the B site here for Dakota, 3 locked toward the back of A, and these smokes have really eaten up the lane here. So Sicario, I think, just waiting a bit for them to dissipate before they pressure forward. They're going to be able to get control of the site here now.
Whoa, that's aggressive. Frost ran in. Challenge goes outright. And Ashtray Pot's got another big nade kill as Dakota will make this a 3v3 with Luki's HP in a really rough spot. Ashtray Pot adds another kill to the feed as Kiyoshima falls. Furlex hits the dirt as well, and Dakota, where has this fragging power been? They're back in this thing.
Right back in it, doing much better on the defensive side, and it's really come off the back of these snipes and nades from Ashtray, but Luki going to find the headshot onto a Gurkha, still has 2 members to get through, and Ashtray on the other side here with a one-hitter quitter is going to make things tough. He steps out into the crosshair, and Ashtray will put him down. Dakota slowly making their way back into this one.
3K for Ashtray Pod. It seems like when they step up, the rest of Decoded fall in line behind them. A hallmark of a leader, and it's gotten Decoded now a couple of rounds to work with on Skybridge, and I think I'm still with you, Hot Sauce. I won't buy into Decoded really forcing an overtime here, maybe until they're at the 7-round mark, and even then, I think I still trust Sicario to close things out with momentum against them, but this is good. Showing fight like this on your map pick, on your defensive side, you're holding your own, and that'll gain you a little bit of respect here, but you got to do it again and again and again and again.
Again and again. That is the key here for Decoded. Gurkus up close and personal, able to find one, nearly gets a second here. Forlex goes down, so an opportunity for Decoded. Lukey dangerously low in health as well. We'll be able to return fire and find the pick on Defrost, however, to bring it back to a 4v4.
Gurkus, nade in hand. Are they tossing it? Okay, it's just a smoke right there to push back on Sicario. And with that, we come to a grinding halt now. It's patient. There are 70 seconds left in round 12. There's no reason to rush anything. So Decoded will hold their angles, and Sicario the same.
Patience being displayed by both squads here, as there's 57 seconds left in this round, so plenty of time to work with. As we see Kiyoshima jumping across in the background, shots coming out through the smoke, but nothing hitting the mark here just yet, as we do see some pressure through VIP, and with that, Lukey finds a two-piece. We'll get the third on the Nano as well, and Lukey out of nowhere to turn it around, has 22 kills on the board.
Oh, and Fabu hits from behind to get Decoded back in this, but there is still a lot of work left as Lukey has put Sicario in a phenomenal spot to close this out. Let's see what Fabu does, though. That plant hasn't come through yet, and goes as trying to plant it, so Fabu uses that opportunity to shoot over their head, but can't land an all-important kill. Kiyoshima predicts the reposition, and Sicario do end up closing things out fairly dominantly on Skybridge.
Yeah, I mean, from a 9-2 to a 9-3, Sicario just doing Sicario things. It's what's kind of to be expected at this point. And Lukey, 22 kills, 16 headshots, and will be your MVP here on Skybridge.
Oh, Lukey is nasty. 5 MVP rounds as well on Skybridge. So it makes sense. Overall MVP, just 4 deaths as well. That is a top-heavy scoreboard for Sicario, which I think makes them even more dangerous, Hot Sauce. The fact that a player can step up even more than the baseline of the team already presents and dominate like that.
Yeah, I don't know who beats Sicario at this point. I was really sad that I think it was the first day that I casted. We were supposed to have Oil Rig versus Sicario. Oil Rig had a disconnect, ended up forfeiting their map pick, and then was very close on Sicario's map pick. So I thought that was one team that potentially could have taken a game away from Sicario. It didn't happen, and now I don't know who is going to be able to do to take one away from Sicario as they look to close it up here throughout this weekend.
I mean, their final matchup, let me check real fast. Actually, they've got a couple of matchups. OFG and Panderic. It's the same story as Decoded, where it's underdogs trying to pull off the unthinkable and take a map off of Sicario. So they are in good position to win yet another season of HPL, but that does gear us up for the race for second place, though, with 8 Sins taking on Oil Rig as our last match of the day. Hot Sauce, we have finally gotten to the big time stage matchup coming up here in a sec.
We got to get through this one final giveaway, though. You sure you don't want to?
Yeah.
You sure you don't want to try your shot at
All
the word,
you,
Epic?
all you.
All right. Well, you know, since my name's Hot Sauce and there's a lot of hotties in chat, let's go with exclamation point hottie if you want to get in the arena code giveaway. So all the hotties out there in chat can hit exclamation point hottie. That'll give you an opportunity to win yourself a free arena code here as well. But as Bepic had mentioned, we do need to take a short break to get these players loaded into the lobby. So that'll give you guys plenty of time to get into the giveaway. So you all hotties can do that. And but don't go too far, because when we come back, we'll have more action for you. Welcome back to HPL EU season number 3. We are into our last matchup of the day. We're working on getting those players loaded in, but we're going to have Oil Rig taking on 8 Sins. This is the matchup we've been
Ooh.
waiting all day for, Mr. Bevick.
Yeah, I mean, the Sicario and Eight Sins wins we've already watched, kind of expected. We were just trying to get through that, see if some upsets could be pulled. Unfortunately, they couldn't. HPL is fairly cut and dry right now with Sicario firmly planted at the top, but second place is wide open and is more than likely determined by the outcome of this series.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Oil Rig has a nice little bit of a lead as far as round differentials
Mhm.
go against 8 Sins, but because they're going head to head today, 8 Sins could make up a lot of those round differentials, a lot of that leeway here, but they're going to need a couple dominating performances to do so. And well, that is not going to be an easy task against Oil Rig.
I think we've worked out that 4-8 Sins to actually really have a chance at second place because they had that draw with TFG earlier in the tournament. They need an outright win here. They need to go 2-0 on Bay 5 and Fort today. So the pressure is on 8 Sins here, and that's difficult to have on your shoulders coming into a matchup against Oil Rig. I mean, these are seasoned veterans, former teammates of the 8 Sins players as well. There's a lot of history between these two.
A lot of history, and maybe that gives you a little bit of intel as to maybe what they're doing. We'll take another quick look at these rosters, but on the side of Oil Rig, who did pick Bay 5, and that's a pretty standard pick for them. This is a map that they're incredibly scary on, and as always, Bakizi, Cacao, that ace, Codex, and new member Rapid have been dominating. Now, they don't have any substitute players on their roster, which unfortunately has haunted them during a disconnect in previous weekends. So hopefully they don't have to deal with any of that here today.
Hopefully not. That would spoil what is one of the biggest matchups of the HPL EU season here, as they are taking on 8 Sins, Walker, Blitzer Girl, Nimonas, Fox, and Pablo, and then, of course, Kaner and Train, the two substitute players for 8 Sins. We watched them earlier. Play it close with earlier when Panderic put up a good fight on Bowl, but then after that it was all 8 Sins on Bay 5, a perfect 9-0 for them, so they are plenty warmed up and prepared for this series.
Yeah, 9-0 in that second one. I think 9-4 in the first one. So they were able to grab, I think, roughly a 14 round differential in their favor. So that's something to consider here as well. Heading into this day, Oil Rig had 20 rounds on top of them. 14 of those were eaten away a bit, but I think Oil Rig also had a dominating game against TFG earlier. So I'm sure they got those rounds back as well.
And I mean, realistically, round differential shouldn't matter for 8 Sins. They just need wins here. Because if they draw, because they have that one map win less than Oil Rig, they're relying on them to drop a map tomorrow. And Oil Rig closes out with TFG, I believe, or Ancestral. I forget who they played already today. I should have had that prepared. But still, for Oil Rig, those are matchups that they're expected to go 2-0 in, regardless of their opponent. So for 8 Sins, they just need wins.
8 Sins needs the wins. My man's a poet, and he didn't know it, but I am ready to get this action popping off here. So we just got to wait a little bit longer to get these players loaded in here. But again, this is the matchup that we've been waiting all day for, and now we just have to wait a little bit longer here. But again, for Oil Rig, they get to start out on their map pick of Bay 5, so you got to wonder what that does heading into Fort. I think it's going to be up to 8 Sins to really kind of shut down Oil Rig on Bay 5 if they want to have success on Fort as well.
And Oil Rig's a team that I think can shut down 8 Sins' aggression, like we saw out of Fox, especially there at on Bay 5 earlier when they were playing their series against Panderic. But Fox was the spearhead for that 8 Sins attack, and it was tough for Panderic to deal with them earlier. But I think Oil Rig are probably equipped to do so as well, because they're prepared for that, because they're the team that's usually doing that to others. So it's a really interesting match between two teams that we've watched get very aggressive around the maps, playing very confidently, and it sets up a clash of titans.
Yeah, I mean, we've had a lot of wonderful winners today, and we've got one more in chat this time as well. Jeffer OK is the winner of that arena key. So be sure to claim your prize. Make sure you join that Discord, as Klish was so wonderful to put that link in chat for you there as well. And you can create a ticket via the DMing of that Mod Mail app. So go ahead and do so, and you'll be able to claim that arena key for yourself and get out there on the battlefield and have a little fun yourself.
Congratulations, another giveaway winner. Another one of the hotties in chat. That was probably one of the best terms I think we could have used for the exclamation point term before starting a giveaway. That's why we let you choose the word, hot sauce.
I'll take my bow. It's not too often I get credit, so I'll take it while I can get it here. But nonetheless, again, it's been an absolute pleasure being in the booth with you here today, Bepic. It's been a lot of exciting games. Some of them were a little more dominating, but nonetheless, it's great to see everybody in action and some of these crazy pop-off plays. I think back to that last one, and even though Dakota took a loss, we saw some insane snipe shots on both sides here from both squads.
Definitely, Ashtray Pot was fun to watch as the marksman for that. I mean, downrange, they were keeping up with Furlex and Zaki for a little bit, but we still had the Sicario players take over there with the highlight reel plays. That was fun to watch.
Yeah, I'm just excited that we get to see a fort today. I was a little worried. We've gotten blessed with the other maps, but we do get a wrap up on fort here as well today, and that is 8sin's map pick. So again, if they can find a way to take this first one away from Bay 5, we could see them have that 2-0 sweep that they need. But I feel like realistically, we're probably looking at a draw situation here.
Hey, 8sins have played Bay 5 already today, and they went 9-0, like undefeated on the map already. I think if you were to have any kind of preparation for your opponent's map pick coming into a big match like this, that's the kind of prep that you want if you're 8sins. So I know it's an old map. I know everyone knows how to play Bay 5, and so a 9-0 doesn't exactly translate if you're upgrading your opponent like 8sins is at the moment. But I mean, we're gonna watch out because this 8sins team on stream earlier was hot.
Yeah, and honestly, they were incredibly aggressive as well, which makes me look forward to this game even more because Oil Rig is another one of those teams that's very fast-paced. They're very aggressive. Their W key is just broke, and it's just always down. They're always moving forward, and so that makes me that much more excited for this next series between these two juggernaut of a team. And the fact that they're really fighting for that second-place position as well makes it all the more interesting.
This is really the biggest matchup of the season to date. So I mean, second place versus third place, you get to secure yourself a spot with a good performance here. We've talked about what these teams need to do, and top two is important in HPL. We saw the top two teams from season 2 get guaranteed spots in season 3. Didn't have to go through that dangerous looking qualifier with the stacked lineups trying to get back into HPL. And I mean, this is the premier league for Tarkov Arena, and just to say you're a top 2 team here is kind of a signifier that you are one of the best in the world.
Yeah, we think back to last season when 8sins was technically EPA, but they ended up in third just under Oil Rig back then as well. So you have to feel like they want a little bit of that revenge here now under the new name of 8sins. Looking to see if they can topple Oil Rig this time. I think they missed out on it by about 5 points last time, even though there was a pretty big round differential there. It's much closer this time and something that's a little more feasible for them. But like we had mentioned before, they really need to 2-0 Oil Rig today if they want to set themselves up for success.
Second place is right within their grasp, and it would hurt, I'm sure, to let that slip coming into a series that I'm sure they're well prepared for. Like we've said, with the looking so good on Bay 5 earlier, we even watched them on Fort today because they played Bowl as well, but they're familiar with these opponents, but Oil Rig is just so good. I think back to like the personal bank of highlight plays in my mind in Tarkov Arena, and I think the majority of them come from Oil Rig players. Like I've seen that ace jumping with a sniper rifle and getting kills on Skybridge before. I mean, Cacao is a highlight reel machine himself. I know you were bragging about actually getting to kill Cacao very few times, I'm sure, hot sauce, but that's a big deal. You get to kill Cacao and you're clipping it.
Yeah, I mean, just to be fair, that he did completely dominate my team for the entirety of the match. But yes, I did kill him once or twice. I took a clip. I'm having a plaque made. It should be behind me here soon
Yep.
because that's an amazing feat on its own. The guy has a ton of skill. We've seen him dominate in these arena tournaments time and time again. Back when I first started here, we had a couple base game tournaments. He won one of those as well. I think the duos on customs, but and he might have been playing with that ace at the time as well. So these players are very familiar with each other. We have that returning roster with the likes of a juggernaut of Rapid coming into the mix here this season as well. So they only continue to get better. And honestly, I'm kind of pulling from a little bit. I do some casting for another Counter-Strike team who's maybe looking to pick up Oil Rig.
Oh.
Shout out to Redacted Society. So if that all comes to fruition, they're kind of be under the same org as me, and so I'd have to maybe have a little special place in my heart for him there.
Hey, well, more orgs they need to get into the arena competitive scene for sure. I mean, we've got the Sicario Esports Twitch channel and Twitch chat supporting their team all throughout today. And even though they're not playing in this, they're still sticking around and watching the big time, prime time matchup between Oil Rig and 8 Sins. Both teams that should be picked up. They got good content creators on their lineups, good people as well. I've had the privilege of meeting a good bulk of the lobby we're about to watch play, and they're just good people, always happy to lend a hand, give some good information about the game, and put on a show for us. This is going to be a fun one.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff coming behind the scenes as well. I saw maybe a semi-pro league in the mix here coming up relatively soon as well. So all the more reason to get out there and play Arena, start to hone those skills. I know Tarkov Arena is going to be showing up on the Epic Launcher Store as well. So hopefully we can see an influx of more players coming in. Love to see the game to continue to grow. They've got the Liquipedia page pumping and thumping now as well. So continues that, these steps in the right direction have turned into strides. And again, a huge shout out to Battle State Games, Hunt Premier, Philbo, and everybody behind the scenes on all the hard work they do, because there's a lot of stuff that goes into action behind the scenes here. Bepic and I, we get to look pretty, come on, yell at the mic, but there's a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes that is a lot more difficult, and they don't often get enough credit. So huge shout out to everybody working so diligently behind the scenes.
And it's so organized as well. That was something I was impressed with, because I've worked on some newer esports in my time, and coming into a broadcast, you don't have high expectations for an organization that's newer to running tournaments, especially in a newer esport. But Hunt Premier super organized. They've got their stuff locked down. And it's refreshing. It's a good foundation for building up this arena esports scene. And the fact that Battle State Games is so committed to building up the esports scene as well, it shows a lot of promise. There's a lot to be excited about in the EFT arena scene right now.
There is definitely a lot to be excited about, and I'm excited for this next one. I think we only got about a player or two. We're getting word from the eye in the sky. Just a couple players left to get loaded into the lobby. So hopefully we'll be bringing that action here for you soon. I know we had some hiccups to start off the day, but a couple of these matches have been very, very quick. So still a little bit ahead of schedule technically, so to speak. But yeah, I'm just looking forward to this one. I guess I know, Mr. Bevick, you haven't had a ton of opportunities to play here recently, but do you have maybe a favorite weapon that you enjoy out here in the mix, or?
I'm not good enough to really say that I have any weapon that really suits me well. I'm just focused on getting kills with anything that's put into my hands. I think the nades are my favorite weapon. I love the lineups. I love their ability to just catch your opponents off guard. There's no better feeling for a noob like me to toss a nade kind of blind and actually get a kill from it. That actually does make my day. That's why I love watching Walker play, seeing the lineups that he's got. I mean, obviously everyone's got lineups in competitive arena, but we watched Walker toss a couple of good ones in that first map today, and that's why I love the start of rounds when players are playing that cat and mouse game of, am I going to walk into this potential nade path this round? Am I going to risk it this time around? Am I going to toss one of my own into a good spot? It's fun to watch.
Yeah, no, well, you're probably a step ahead of me then, because even though I'm pretty good with the guns, that's kind of my flaw. I'm so good at, like, I'll be trying to lean peek and toss that nade, and I just happen to bounce it off the corner of the wall right in front of me, and then it's like me and my teammates are scattering like cockroaches because I'm trying not to get the team kill from the nade I just put at our feet. But nonetheless, I do like a little bit of array that we've seen. Like I said, we've seen some Ash 12s here today, which is a very fun weapon. It sounds scary from across the map. It's a weapon that I typically don't do very well with, but I do like seeing the mix in here. So for Eight Sins, I hope that they open up with that aggression that we saw in that first series for them. Again, I think if they do that and they can start off on the right foot, get a couple rounds in the bag on Oil Rig, they can really maybe throw a wrench in the mix. But if they continue to allow Oil Rig to play their play style, to be aggressive, Oil Rig is most likely going to take Bay 5.
And we did see a lot of aggression from Fox in that back alley portion of Bay 5 behind the A site. That was where they got a lot of their work done. The first time we saw 8 Sins play Bay 5 today, and Oil Rig is starting out on the attacking side, so 8 Sins will have to defend well, but I liked what I saw from the attackers on Bay 5 earlier in 8 Sins. They were a force to be reckoned with. So they're starting off defensively, need to give themselves opportunities to attack with a good defensive half. And against Oil Rig, I'm expecting similar things from OR. Taking fast, aggressive plays, ready to play through that back of site area around A, get information that way, set up well on site, and catch out the defense, and then pivot to B if they need to. That's always the story. Play around A first, pivot to B quick if that doesn't work out. And teams that can do that well, just change up on a dime, are the best of the best.
Yeah, and I think one thing I really like about Oil Rig as well, especially on that offensive side, is even though they're a very aggressive team, at times when attacking, I mean, they'll sit there until there's like 30 seconds left before they decide to explode onto a site somewhere. So they are often very good at keeping their opponents guessing as to what type of strategies they're running. So if that's the case today, they should have some more success. But again, we won't really know, I guess, until we get into it.
No, I think we're still waiting on players to get into the lobby here. We are making sure everybody's good to go. Don't want any repeats of the first series of the day where we had those disconnects in the first round. Stifled some Pandaric momentum, unfortunately, but we're close, Hot Sauce, to getting in there.
Yeah, we are close, but I think because we are running so far ahead of schedule, some of the players weren't quite ready. So we are going to give them just a few more minutes to get prepared. Should only be about 5 more minutes or so, guys, but we are going to take a short break to do so. So please don't go too far. When we come back, we'll have the finale for day number 4.
Работаем. Мы на месте. Работаем.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the HPL EU season number 3. We greatly apologize for all the technical mishaps, and because of that, we're not sure what's going on with Oil Rig or 8 Cents. We're actually going to swap over to the other map that was being played. The friendly guys taking on the other friendly guys. We're going to be going into map number 2, as TFG did win that on the Bay map, 9-7, but still in the booth. I'm Hot Sauce, Mr. Bepic. How we feeling about this new matchup we got?
4 thumbs up on the screen right now. That's how I'm feeling. I mean, Bay 5 was close between these two, and to be expected, they're both at 6 and 7 in the table right now. So TFG, OFG, very similar names, very similar standings, very close on Bay 5. Hot Sauce, we're in for a treat.
Are in for a treat as we take a look at the lineups here for the friendly guys. Call Me Joe, Stripey, Alex, Maddox, and Scotty. Of course, your substitute players there, Smoke and Sigma Wolf. Now, as we had mentioned, already done with Bay 5, so we are heading on to the other friendly guys map pick of Bowl.
And the other friendly guys, of course, Undead, SNX, Hiding, Mr. Krabs, and Nose, with their 2 substitute players, Branny and Propus as well. And look, I'm not familiar with these rosters as much as I was Oil Rig and 8 Sins Hot Sauce. But going into Bowl, it's a lineup that we've seen today, Bay 5 and Bowl, and our first match today. And so classic maps, we've talked through the strategies of both, and we'll see what happens when we do get into it.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, there's a plethora of talent littered across both of these rosters, and really you could name any of them at any time. Mr. Krabs, we'll certainly be looking out for. Undead, incredibly talented there. On the other side of things, Call Me Joe, Stripey the Tiger is one of my favorites. We love Stripey over here as well, and so honestly, that friendly guy has created a phenomenal community over there. So shout out to all of them as well. But I'm excited for this one. Unfortunately, we don't get to see both maps due to those behind the scenes hiccups. But nonetheless, we're going to close out the day with some exciting action and some friendly fun.
And it's big as well that the friendly guys actually notched the win on Bay 5. A close shave, yes, but a big win for them on Bay 5 because they don't have too many map wins on the season. That TFG actually drew with 8 Sin, which is probably their biggest result of the season so far, but they're looking to get their first win on the board, whereas OFG do already have a win on the board. 2-0 over Panderic. Sorry, Panderic fans still out there right now, but still a big 2-0 for the other friendly guys. Not the other, okay, just other friendly guys. That's going to take me a second, but still, it's good to have a win on the board, and now the friendly guys have a chance to get their first of the season here late in day 4.
Yeah, it might be a little bit of a tongue twister going forward here, but nonetheless, we're excited to bring you guys all the action and showcase all the wonderful talent here at the HPL EU season number 3. Day 4 of 5 as well. We've got one more exciting day tomorrow, of course. The one, the only, the myth, the man himself, Cracked Wisdom will be back for that, and Mr. Bepic will continue that action for you as well. So I'm certainly looking forward to the Juggernaut Caster Desk tomorrow and what all the action ensues for us.
Hyped to be with Cracked again. That dude is so much fun to watch Arena with. I know he's been watching today, so shout out to you, Cracked, if you're still viewing. But I know he couldn't miss this final series, no matter if it is Oil Rig and 8 Sins, whatever the result of that, or if it's other friendly guys or the friendly guys. Either way, close matches, different parts of the table, but every series counts here in HPL, which I do love about the format.
Yeah, and honestly, there's some good bragging rights to be had here as well between the friendly guys and the other friendly guys after today. So if the other friendly guys can grab a dub and take the series 1-1, then it'll be, even crap talking amongst them. But I'm sure if the friendly guys takes both of them, they might not hear the end of it until the next HPL comes around.
Which they will have to make a run in as well. Get that revenge. I mean, more than likely going through qualifiers to get there. And I mean, last time the qualifiers were stacked for HPL Season 3. Nothing is guaranteed in Arena right now. I think maybe outside of the top couple of teams, Hot Sauce, it's so wide open. Competition is there for the taking for anybody that's not cemented at the top at the moment to maybe squeak into the top 4 of HPLs. It's super exciting to watch.
Yeah, I think we'll have a little bit better understanding after today's scoreboard goes up. But yeah, you're right. First place pretty much solidified, but there's a lot of room for fighting in those next few places. And then, of course, even near the bottom as well, those 4 teams also very, very close. So any extra little game or round differential could be the difference maker of getting you just a little bit more of that cash prize as well. So, you know, we like to start hot, but we like to finish even hotter, and hopefully that's the case here today.
I mean, the difference between these two were just 8 rounds coming into their matchup today. And TFG, having played another series on the day, I think has seen that drop. But they can gain a lot of ground now. Obviously, gain 2 rounds on Bay 5. Can do so on Bull, which Hot Sauce, I think we're finally getting into. It took us a second to get to our last streamed map of the day, but that makes it all the sweeter.
That's right. And we appreciate you all for weathering this technical difficulty storm with us. And now we're ready to bring the hype action for you. The friendly guys on attack to start things off. The other friendly guys will be defending here. And Maddox and crew beginning to shift toward that B site. The device is still lingering toward A, though. So a bit of a split push at the moment, maybe looking to bite out an early rotation.
So it's patient play. TFG's playing for picks at the moment, seeing if anybody peeps ahead around the corner. And Maddox is still looking out here towards the apartment area, but downrange, not seeing anybody really exposing themselves at all. So TFG playing a little bit back, not giving TFG the fights that they want. So we'll see what TFG wants to do with that little information.
Not a ton of information or intel to work with just yet. Both teams looking to be methodical, and the pre-fire doesn't connect, but Maddox on the other side will find Mr. Krabs with a deep nade, and with that, they'll have a bit of a player advantage now to work with. Scotty will collect the head of Hiding, who didn't do a good job of hiding there, and now TFG, again, looking to start out on the right foot.
I don't see a ton of nades head the way of that B ramp position, but it works out perfectly for Maddox, and they'll supplement their nade kill with some use of the gun on site, and the blast pack will arrive, likely go down, though SNX is biting back a little bit, spraying through the smoke, and they will find one player downrange, but that's it for round 1. Alex will claim one back, and it's a 1v4 for Nose, almost impossible here.
We'll see if Nose goes. Did spot the one prone. Now the pre-fire comes out, able to connect on to Maddox, and that'll make it a little bit easier, 3-1. But up top from the end of office, and Alex will find the pick back on to Nose. TFG will take round number 1 in good fashion here as they kick things off.
Clean start. I mean, they played information towards B well, got a couple of picks after moving in, and it was slow but steady for the friendly guys. And they are starting off their bowl campaign nicely, but we've seen Bowl now 3 times today, Hot Sauce, and the team that won round 1 both the times prior didn't fare so well the rest of the map.
I got a bone to pick with Oil Rig because we're not going to get to see Fort here now to wrap up the day. We're back to Bowl, and so, you know, I'm going to have to have a little discussion with him later, but nonetheless here, Undead on this marksman role here as well. We've seen a lot of crazy snipes today, and Undead is another one of those players who's very good with a marksman rifle in hand.
Still nothing given, though. No one peeping ahead around the corner. There's just staying back, playing their walls, playing time. Another nade here, Mr. Crass. Or that's a smoke. I always get confused. It always gets me just when it's in hand until it's thrown, and then I say something stupid. But it's just a smoke here, a smoke off heaven. Make sure the B hole is a little bit stronger this time around for the other friendly guys, because that's what ended up conceding really round 1.
We see Mr. Krabs here posted up near that B ramp side. We saw Blitzerger have a lot of success earlier there today as well. Undead on the sniper here again, just waiting patiently as we see TFG on the other side and potential to step into the firing squad. The smoke first, the nade comes second. Krabs able to find Maddox. Krabs gets a second here as well, and now the other friendly guys looking to dissect the competition.
And they're not going to test Undead's rifle as well, as it'll be a reposition as Joe runs around the back of Bull, as Alex has claimed some space with Stripey here, moving towards Jen, but are they ready for Nose? Tucked away into a corner, yes! Alex emphatically answers, and that's now space onto A, though downrange, they still have duels yet waiting for them.
Shots coming out here both directions. Player advantage slightly favoring the other friendly guys, but Stripey will be quick to answer back. Into a 3v3 we go. Call me Joe. Proned out here in great position, and we see SNX on the other side trying to make their way, but they're going to step right into the crosshair. Stripey looks to do the same. A bit high, though, and Mr. Krabs able to correct and find the pick.
Oh, it's those minor mistakes that could end up costing you. A little bit too high on the crosshair placement. Mr. Krabs can find another now. Waiting to see if Joe peeks around the pillar again, but has supported Alex that's been down by hiding. They were ready for that. And now in a 1v1, hiding, playing the guessing game with where Joe is, but they end up winning, and they've got time enough for the defuse. What a late clutch there from the other friendly guys.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Joe just had to buy up only about a second more worth of time, but a huge clutch from hiding, finding that pick and giving themselves just a few milliseconds to be able to defuse the device. So that other friendly guys will climb back into this one. We'll tie it up once more, and we'll see who will take that lead here again as we get set and ready for round number 3.
Another close shave for the other friendly guys. I mean, right there, they had a numbers advantage early on with a great initial B hold, but then the friendly guys repositioned, found some picks, and were able to move into A with that. And so it was scary, despite being, I think, a 5v3 at one point for TOFG there. So now maybe looking to push the pace a little bit extra this time around. Mr. Krabs getting aggressive now by the apartment's van. See if they make contact here with Scotty, or if TFG continue to play patient. No, it's an early engage, and Scotty's the better for it.
Next is going to find a second one themselves as well, and with that, TFG should be able to pressure on toward the site. We see on the minimap a rotation coming around as Undead was able to find Stripey, but TFG playing well together. Alex, quick to get that trade back and continue to ensure that they have that two-player advantage.
Around generator. This is where Alex made a lot of good work happen for the friendly guys last round, but that was when we were playing a lot around A, and it looks like we're moving the same place as Joe has the blast pack, gets onto side again, and we'll just jump across the firing lane that SNX and Nose have tried to set up, but it is smoked off to Joe's benefits, and now we look to see if TOFG can do it again.
One more time, the plant is down, and it's Maddox with a 2K, the double nade of disaster. And just like that, that round was over as quickly as it began.
Knew exactly where the other friendly guys were waiting to start that retake that never ended up getting going. That's incredible awareness by Maddox there. Figured those players were waiting out the smoke, ready to move down that main lane, but TFG won't let them. What a post-plant hold.
Those guys out there might be friendly, but I can assure you those nades are not. We got a first-hand look of the 2K from Maddox, and now TFG back up on top by 1. Been back and forth here early, and it'll be up to the other friendly guys to bring it back in their favor. The device kind of slowly making their way toward that B site here. Only one on the site at the moment. One tucked near helicopter, not too far away from the B site, though, so in great positioning at the moment.
2FG, they're playing one player less, you're right, but they are ready for a quick rotation if need be, as the friendly guys have put a lot of pressure on B in the early rounds, starting off now on Bowl, and it's resulted in a very dynamic offense, as they can apply some pressure, force TFG to play a bit off the A site, and then, like we saw the last round, TFG is happy to play a post-plant retake denial, but Alex has first blood now, a bit off camera, as we're still seeing Scotty make up their mind, deciding if they want to push through apartments, but they're going to back off here and join the rest of their team.
Looks like the push is going to head for the A site, tucked into the corner, though. It's SNX, able to find one before Stripey is quick to get the trade. So in a 4v3, they'll keep that player advantage. And Undead looking for a little bit of intel through that smoke, waiting for it to dissipate a bit as the plant does go down here. Would love to see some shots coming out into the smoke, but it's Maddox who finds hiding, and now they've got Stripey going prone here. Stripey, the Dolphin, for a reason. Even though he's supposed to be the Tiger, we hear the roar come out from the gun, though, and he finds Undead.
Oh, that Undead sniper rifle has been so quiet on Bull so far. Just one kill to their name, and let's see if that story keeps unfolding. The friendly guys aren't letting the other friendly guys get any kind of space, and it begs the question, I think, does the winner of this head-to-head get the friendly guy's name, and the other team, the losing team, has to either keep or take the other friendly guy's name? Is that what we're doing here, or are we staying the same?
Well, you know, if TFG keeps winning, then we won't have an issue with that. So, but yeah, that's a very valid point. At what point, you know, does the main team become that main team? And so right now, looking like they are the main team with a 2-point lead. And they continue to do these split pushes here. It's worked out very well for them. It does look like they are going to teeter toward this B site here once more.
With that position, it's again slow from the friendly guys. They're not overconfident. They're not pushing in too aggressively, but they love posturing over towards B. That device is staying mid for now. They are keeping it close to old A, just trying to decide if they do want to make that push towards B. But TOFG aren't giving them anything. They're just sitting still, holding their angles, forcing the friendly guys to come to them.
And we see the device right now tucked around nose, just deciding on which direction they want to go. And as they head toward A plat here, and then eventually making their way toward curtain, should be an A push at the moment. TFG maybe trying to create a little noise toward that B site again, seeing if they can bite over it in early rotation here. But the other friendly guys doing a great job of just remaining patient for the time being.
Still nothing given, no fights, just silence across bowl right now until Alex gets an angle and is able to down nose, and now all hell's breaking loose. Hiding will answer back with a peek down B lane. And now with that, we'll see if TFG decide to exercise their A hit, as there's a player pillar waiting for them, and it's SNX. They weren't ready for SNX right there. Stripey will trade Joe out, but still, that could have blown the play up, though the friendly guys get the device down.
Call Me Joe's been planting there in the same spot, so it was a great job by SNX lurking in that smoke, waiting for the device to go down, and then denying it here as well. But because of the return fire from TFG, they're able to maintain that player advantage. We see Mr. Krabs beginning to work through spawn. The jump across here as well. Has to be careful, though. Alex waiting on the other side. Had the opportunity, had the advantage, but it's the snap two shot from Mr. Krabs that'll pull things back to a 2v2.
Mr. Krabs, what can you do for us? 2v2 with them spearheading this attack, though Hiding's got their back. Hiding now has to clutch up in a 1v1 as Stripey again, prone like a deadly dolphin, springs their trap and wins that 2v2 for TFG.
Yeah, I mean, that was a crucial round that could have went either way, and a round that could have cut that lead by more than half. Instead, we see it go the other direction, now 4-1. So TFG has that nice cushion to work with. They just have to continue to put rounds on the board, and it will make smooth sailing for that second half. We've seen some moments of shining greatness here from the other friendly guys, but they have to consistently put it together as a full unit this time. We'll see if they can find a way to get round number 6 here.
Worth noting as well that this was the other friendly guy's map pick. Bowl was. Bay 5 was TFG's map pick, so now we've switched maps, though the result is still leaning towards the friendly guys, and it's only a 3-round lead at the moment. We could easily see that slip if the other friendly guys find a run, but at the moment, you got to pull rotations over towards B quickly, as noises indicates that is where the action's headed. But Undead stopping that momentum in its tracks. A big nade kill off camera, and they will take out Alex.
On board here with Scotty, remaining patient at the moment here, but Undead on the sniper finds Call Me Joe, peeks out. Mr. Krabs will collect the head of Scotty. The nade will rain down from Maddox for a little bit of a consolation prize, but it's up to the friendly guys now, playing at a 2-player disadvantage. Stripey on the quick peek, has to bounce back, tries to do it a second time, and the moves like Jagger somehow able to dodge the bullets. Maddox and Stripey will take it from a 4v2 to a 2v2.
Worth noting, I think half of Maddox's kills are from grenades. I think the other half are from guns, as I'm pretty sure they've notched 4 so far. And that nade kill is massive, as Maddox finds another one to notch their 9th. And they're at the top of the leaderboard right now, and it'll break open A for planting of the device. Though SNX does get to the other side quickly, and on a dime, takes Stripey down. A device has been planted. Maddox had the safety of Pillar, but it's another game of Ring Around the Rosie with massive implications here in our second map, and it's Maddox on top. What a massive round 6 from them.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that we didn't see him take to that right side again, allowing Maddox to have the right angle peek versus the left-hand peek there as well. And you're always going to have that slight advantage. So it does pay out for TFG here. They've got a nice 4-point lead at the moment here. And they continue to put rounds on the board here before swapping to that defensive side. It could be a short one here on Bull.
I've won. Unbelievable start from TFG, and they've mixed it up nicely. I think their rotations have been on point, and you're seeing the other friendly guys kind of get a better read on when the friendly guys feel like a play dies at one side and pivot to the other. Typically, it's B to A. I mean, right there, SNX was on time, getting back to site, and took on the 1v2, I think, quite well until that final peak. I think you're right. They could have done well to move around the right side of Pillar. But regardless, those are the micro things. TFG slowly, TOFG, sorry, is slowly adjusting, but they need round wins soon.
Gotta put some rounds on the board if you want to make it feasible, but Maddox has other plans, hiding early, and that's 11 kills on the board here for Maddox just through these first 6 rounds. Is now looking to grab the 7th one here as well, but after finding kind of getting that explosive pace initially, now they slow things down just a bit as we see Stripey here at nose.
I'll give Maddox a chance to stem the bleeding, but Scotty won't get that chance. Undead breaks them apart, and SNX follows suit just like that. TOFG will take a disadvantage, turn it into a quick advantage that the friendly guys will answer back with. 3v3, but A site is taken as SNX falls. Now the other friendly guys have a flank started, though Undead, the flanking player, has been down by Maddox. That's a great read by TFG.
Mr. Krabs knows that there's been players prone here as well, so checking toward the ground, but Stripey standing tall this time. Ready to be king of the jungle once more. So many angles to clear here. The crossfire comes in, and Alex will be able to collect the head of Mr. Krabs just like that. TFG now a dominating performance here on Bull.
This is unbelievable, considering how close Bay 5 was between these two. And then we move to the losing team's map pick. You're expecting it to get a little bit closer, but the friendly guys are winning duels. Maddox's nades are on point. It seems like everything is falling in their favor on their attacking side. I mean, we'll see if the other friendly guys can flip that once we do switch sides, but by then it might be too late.
Yeah, I mean, you got to find a way to put a couple rounds on the board. I mean, even at 6-2, it's a really tough half to deal with. Ideally, you'd like to see him get at least 3 of those rounds. So a bit of an uphill battle for the other friendly guys, but we'll see if they're able to bring, channel the comeback king, so to speak. But right now, most of the action seems to be pressing toward that A site. Most of the other friendly guys are set up here as well, and they are going to find that first pick on the Stripey.
That is a nice find. The other friendly guys can take a little bit of space with this as they stack the correct sites. Nothing towards B this time around for TFG. They are dead set on taking A, but are smoked off main for now. And we'll smoke Gen in retaliation. And they're going to push through this. SNX is camped on top of Pillar at the moment and gets a little bit of info and has hiding to have their back. They drop down, but can't land enough bullets here as TFG rain kills in and might have taken this round along with it, but it is still a 2v2.
There was a TK in there from TFG as well, but Maddox already 13 on the board. Alex has 11 as well. So if there's 2 players left standing for TFG, these are the 2 that you'd want. Spots the shoulder here on the peak as well. Puts bullets downfield, but can't connect. Now bouncing over to the teammate who's near prone here. I think both of these members have been spotted for the 2v2.
Oh, Mr. Krabs spotted, but not taken out. Alex will fall to the ground, but Maddox again has their teammates' backs. That's number 7 for the friendly guys, and Maddox with a 3K has clutched up once more.
Yeah, 15-3 as well going into the swap at halftime here. And unfortunately for the other friendly guys, they have an opportunity to battle back, but it's one of those situations where when a team builds a lead like this, you just have that feeling that they're going to be able to get those 2 rounds in the time that your opponents can find the next 7. So things looking good here for the friendly guys at the moment.
And I'm disappointed because we missed Bay 5 because of the technical difficulties, obviously. That's the closest map we've seen all day. It happens off stream, and then we get to Bull on stream, and the other friendly guys have become a little bit camera shy. They can't clutch up when it matters the most. They're getting in 1v1s, 2v2s at the ends of rounds, but the friendly guys, more often than not, the scoreboard obviously reflects this, they're coming out on top of those late round even scenarios. And if you're going to be successful in HPLs and arena tournaments, those are the situations you have to win, let alone the 4v5s now that the other friendly guys have been plunged into not 30 seconds into the next round.
You got to wonder if they're maybe being a bit too friendly, and in honor of TFG, maybe they need to break out some Steve action here as well. And if you know, you know. See if Steve will be unleashed here right now. The other friendly guys thinking about a rotation, but Undead's going to find that pick onto Scotty here to bring things back.
Ooh.
Nose will find Alex as well, and the other friendly guys look to turn it around.
There we go. They're answering back now. And in a 4v3, this is a must-win round. You cannot let TFG get 7 straight match points. That would be a death sentence for the other friendly guys. But are they expecting Maddox in this position? Undead's not. Back CERN. Maddox used a couple extra bullets to get the job done, but they do get the job done. It's back to a 3v3.
Phenomenal lurk there by Maddox, and to put 16 on the board. Stripey, the one tap from downtown, will leave SNX lying in the dirt. A free nap for them, and they continue to pop heads and get bread on the side of TFG.
And it's left to Nose and Hiding to pick up the pieces and the blast pack. A site is closed for business, and Maddox is still holding this angle. Knew they had downed the pack earlier and are just being fed kill after kill. They can't quite close things now, but they've got 2 teammates to help with the job. Poor Hiding, 10 seconds left. It is not happening. This is 8 for TFG, and of course, it's Maddox to close things down.
Looking at match point already, another 3K for Maddox as they get their 4th MVP. 2 kills away from the 20 bomb as well. And I have a feeling that the friendly guys might be talking some smack after this game in Discord.
No kidding. This is a massive 2-0 for them if they can close it out. I mean, the friendly guys came out and won a nail biter on Bay 5 and then just kept things rolling into Bowl. Crazy, crazy run they're on.
See if they can close out this crazy run here, or if TOFG will be able to slowly inch their way back. A few audio cues coming in as Undead will find Joe. Maddox quick to get the trade back, however, as Scotty still remains patient underneath, but Nose with a big pick on the Maddox. The Juggernaut goes down, but Scotty steps up in his place and finds a 2K.
Ooh, add one more to the pile of bodies. Scotty's accumulating, and Stripey is there to watch as Scotty closes things out for the friendly guys. A dominant run through Bull. Maddox didn't get the 20 piece, but that's all right. The win is what matters the most in climbing up the HPL standings.
Yeah, Scotty getting 4 kills in that final round to ensure Maddox couldn't quite get the 20, but your MVP nonetheless, 19 kills. 12 headshots as the friendly guys will topple the other friendly guys in today's battle.
Well, it makes sense. I mean, you would have favored them just based on naming rights alone, as they have access to the friendly guy's name. It's the other friendly guys that came in as the outsiders and were shut back outside by the main team. Crazy, crazy run on Bull there. I mean, it was close. Hot sauce. We saw a lot of 1v1s, 2v2s, 3v3s, even standing, but the friendly guys consistently, with a lot of help from Maddox, but it wasn't just a one-man show. Alex as well had kill numbers in the teens. They were able to close things out, win those even duels, and dominate 9-1 on Bull.
Yeah, you know, I think 9-1 doesn't really, the scoreline doesn't really do this game justice, because there were a lot of those rounds that really could have gone either way. That was just huge clutches, usually off the back of Maddox, but as you mentioned, Alex as well, and the rest of the crew. I think there was one from Stripey there too. So, I mean, just some big clutches that could have gone either way, but at the end of the day, TFG able to take it 9-1. So only getting 2, you mentioned 9-7 in that first one, so only 2-round differential, but really making up for it here on the second map.
I mean, getting the 3 points that comes with the win as well against a team that is right there with you in the table is huge. And we will have an updated scoreboard here in a couple of minutes to show off the finish standings after day 4. Going into day 5, hot sauce. I mean, so some teams got some big wins today, with Sicario kind of cementing themselves the #1 team in HPL EU. Right there, the friendly guys beating their intra-name rivals, I suppose you could call it, getting 3 points over them. And I can't wait to see what the final standings look like, because day 5 is shaping up to be exciting.
Yeah, you know, unfortunately, due to the mishap there, we didn't get to see Oil Rig versus 8 Sins, which was that #2 and 3 seed. So I think Oil Rig had to suffer a potential double forfeit there on those maps. It's something that they had to deal with in the previous weekend as well. They don't have any substitute players on their roster, so it'll be interesting to see exactly how this scoreboard gets mixed up here now that the day has played out the way it is. But that makes me that much more excited for what you and Cracked and have in store for us tomorrow.
Oh, it's gonna be a lot of fun. I feel bad taking the booth from you, Hot Sauce. I know you'll be
No,
watching with us,
yeah,
but look, that is
we're a
going to be
team.
a fun day 5, and we are a team here at Hunt Premiere. A lot of people make the show go round, and I thoroughly enjoy the community we fostered as well. Shout out to everyone watching in Twitch chat all day, even sticking around to the tech difficulties with Connor baiting you with the timer over and over again. But we got there eventually. We got that last map on stream.
Yeah, if you didn't learn from your parents, you can learn from that friendly guy himself. We love to share the roles over here, so I'm glad to see you in the hot seat there for the final day. It's great that we've gotten so many new wonderful casters on board, and we continue to see the arena scene grow, both from the players' perspective and from our perspective here behind the scenes. So always great to see the up and coming action here. And again, you guys don't want to miss out on tomorrow. It is going to be the same time, so make sure you set your alarm so you can get in here early for that action. We'll have the beautiful Cracked Wisdom and his head back here tomorrow.
Can't wait for it. I mean, it makes sense that we're bringing in the big brain for the biggest matches of HPL Season 3. It's crazy that we're in Season 3 as well. I mean, it's flying by, the development of the arena scene. It feels like just yesterday, the first HPL was being announced. Now we got NA in the mix as well. We're 3 seasons deep here in Europe. It's been super cool. I mean, shout out Hunt Premiere again for the work that they've been putting in, and it's shaping up a lot of excitement, a lot of storylines going into day 5 tomorrow to wrap things up.
Yeah, I've been dying to see the NA scene, and we finally got it this season as well. There's semi-pro league coming into play here in the future as well. So, I mean, so many steps in the right direction, and to see all the wonderful support from the community in chat, showing up every weekend here and shouting along with us. So it's always a fun time. We love seeing you guys in chat, and we will be getting that scoreboard here, as Bepic mentioned, for you in a few moments. Just kind of tallying up some of those points behind the scenes. So just bear with us a little bit. I promise it won't be as long as that soon countdown that we saw earlier.
Oh, we could use this opportunity to talk about the matches tomorrow, because we got 4 big ones coming up right in a row. I mean, I'm looking at Oil Rig Ancestral for sure as a potential rebound match for Oil Rig to stay at the top of the table there, since 8 Sins is hot on their heels after whatever happened during their set today. Sicario being challenged by Panderic. Again, a shot for Panderic. Like, it sucks. This is how you're ending off your schedule, playing 2 of the top 3 teams. But hey, you get back-to-back opportunities to maybe take down the best of the best.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have much to lose at this point. And so you go out there and have a little fun, give it all you got. And if you're one of the teams that maybe is the first team to take a game from Sicario, we talked about those little side quests, how they're equally as important. So that's certainly a little stamp or a statement that you could make across the league. Hey, yeah, we might not have won, but we're the only team to take a game away from Sicario. So something that certainly could happen. I know we've got TFG taking on Decoded tomorrow as well for a little more fort action that we didn't get to see today. Oil Rig will be taking on Ancestral for game number 3. And so I think they got a fort map in that one as well. So I'm a little bit jealous in the fact that you guys get to cast some fort. But other than that, I'm happy.
3 fort selections tomorrow. I am thoroughly excited about that, as we only had, well, we never got to see it on stream. We were supposed to have the one. I think Ancestral and Panderic picked it during their series, but that was it. So no love to my favorite map. It is the most beautiful. It's perfect for the background. Your background's good too, Hot Sauce. The rats looking over your shoulder all day long. But I do love my fort.
Us rats stick together, so that's how it goes. But I do believe, I don't know if I heard correctly because I was busy yapping, but we might have the scoreboard officially ready at this point.
Oh,
okay, Connor, our King Connor, our eye in the sky, has that scoreboard for us. And, we knew Sicario was going to be up on top, but here's a bit of a surprise. 8 Sins, with that mishap from Oil Rig, has now toppled them and taken control of second place. We talked about last season. Oil Rig just surpassed them there. They had to go back through qualifiers, now looking to get a little revenge here in season number 3.
And that sets up other friendly guys as well with an opportunity to maybe cause chaos at the top of the table. If they can force a draw out of 8 Sins tomorrow, maybe outright beat them. I mean, that sets that matchup up to be hype between those two. See if the other friendly guys can maybe bounce back from losing to TFG like we just saw on Bowl and in a close one on Bay 5. But they better make sure their Bay 5 is ready to go tomorrow, as 8 Sins looked clinical against Pandaric earlier in the day.
Yeah, the nice thing about tomorrow, too, I think there's only 4 games, so all 4, I think, are going to be on stream as well. So a little bit of extra action for you tomorrow to make up for maybe a little bit of that mishap here today. But what a phenomenal day. A ton of great games to be played, and honestly, I'm just happy to get to be a part of it here today.
It was a lot of fun today, Hot Sauce. So I'm glad we got to share the booth together for some EFT Arena, as we had some close-ish maps, good stories of underdogs trying to prove themselves in the HPL scene, and it's cool to see that development, because I think long-term, these HPL reps are going to do these players so much good when looking at the tournaments coming up this year.
Yeah, it's an important thing, and honestly, I'm going to be looking for these teams to make the adjustments that they need. We haven't seen anybody really come close to Sicario, and that's what I'm looking for. One of these teams that's able to knock off the juggernauts. But before we get going here today, there's so many people behind the scenes that I want to thank. Starting off with the man himself, Philbo, for always putting us in the right direction. Connor running the show back here, the King Connor himself. That's right. And the observer response, Damien, Preppy, Sergeant Raging Snake, and then, of course, the rest of the crew, Klish, Boosh, OG Don Mecca, the Crispy Lemon himself, Cynthia, Turbo Bear, Step Sherpa, and Grassy. Huge shout out to everybody. We talked about how much goes on behind the scenes here, guys. There's a ton. Bepic and I, probably a little more him as far as looking pretty, but we get to look pretty, come out here and yell at the mic and have fun. They're doing all the hard work behind the scenes, so a huge shout out and a big thank you to them as well.
Oh, look into day 5 of HPL EU Season 3. I can't believe it's almost come to a close. But make sure you are here tomorrow. Same time, same place, as always. I think we're going to close out now, though. So, of course, the lovely man to my digital right. Shout out Hot Sauce for being a lovely voice today. And, of course, a pretty face. I've been Mr. Bepic. Thank you all for watching today. We'll see you tomorrow.